Do you want to learn how to create your own website? If that's the case, you're at the right place. My name is Ferdy, and in this video I will show you step by step how you can create a professional website using WordPress and Elementor Pro. I will show you how to get your own .com domain name for free, and then we'll install WordPress. WordPress is the most powerful website builder on the web. It powers more than 43% of all the websites in the world, and it is free. Then we'll create this website from scratch using Elementor Pro. Elementor Pro is a page builder that makes it easier than ever before to create a website. It's a matter of creating a new area, you place some elements in it, and you style them. And I will show you step by step how you can do that. And if you want to change something on your website, just click on it and change it. Want to change the color? Just change it over here and it will change in the whole website. If I want to change this image, I just click over here, choose the image, and there you go. That's how easy it is. Throughout this tutorial, I will show you how to create amazing pages like these using Elementor Pro. I will not just show you where to click with your mouse. Now we'll talk about so much more than that. We'll talk about the branding of your website, which colors and which fonts you should use in your website. And when you don't have a logo yet, I will show you from scratch how to create your own logo using a free tool, or how to outsource it so you can focus on building your website. I will show you how to create this header from scratch with a transparent area and a top header. And when we scroll down, we can make sure that the header sticks with us. We will create a simple drop-down menu, but you can also make mega menus like these. In Elementor Pro, you can assign any area of your website to any place, so I decided to show this header only on the homepage and on all archive pages. On all the other pages, I show a different header with another logo, a white background and a purple background in the top header. I will show you step by step how to create this homepage, but with the principles I teach you in this tutorial, you'll be able to create a website like this. Or like this. I will show you how to work with animations and how to make your website more responsive by adding hovers like these. And this can be applied to any area in your website. We will work with a lot of different Elementor Pro elements and learn a lot on how to style those elements. So it can go from something like this to this. And we'll make sure that everything we create in Elementor will be optimized for all devices. We'll create an opt-in area so people can leave their name and email address and opt in to our email list. And just like the header, I will also show you how to create a footer like this that can be displayed on all pages unless you decide otherwise. When it comes to SEO, I will show you how to create the right site title and place the right information on the right place in your website. And if you want to, you can learn how to write blog posts so you can get more visitors to the organic search results. And with Elementor Pro, we can create single post templates. And in these templates, you can place what you want, where you want, and style it the way you want. I will also show you how to create a portfolio using Elementor Pro, and we'll talk about custom post types and advanced custom fields. By default, a WordPress installation comes with pages and posts, but with custom post types you can't create anything else. Portfolio items, team members, advertisements, tutorials, you name it. By default, a custom post type looks like this. You have a title and an area where you can add some content, but with advanced custom fields you can add multiple fields to any post type, like a date, address, square meters, color. In my case with tutorials I can add a URL field, a duration field, a featured field so I can show my visitors which tools I use in this tutorial. And when you fill in all this information on your website, you can use Elementor Pro to style everything in a way that it will be beautifully displayed. And in that way all your custom post types, in my case tutorials, will be displayed in the same way. What else will we cover? Backgrounds, background overlays, creating pop-ups based on the behavior of visitors on your website, using ChatGPT to create custom CSS codes, Glassmorphism, display conditions, the loop builder, scrolling effects, mouse effects, custom 404 pages, pre-made templates in the Elementor Pro library, creating forms, copying and pasting, and many ways to create great designs and work more efficiently. When you follow all the steps in this tutorial, you'll not only be able to create an amazing website, but you will also be able to create websites for others. Tons of people have let me know that thanks to my tutorials, they are now making websites for a living, and you can be the next. In the description of this tutorial, I have timestamps, so if you want to go to a specific part in the tutorial, you can click on the timestamp and you go directly to that part of the tutorial. When I go too fast for you, you can go to the settings here at YouTube, go to playback speed, and slow down the speed of the tutorial. And if you want to go back a few seconds in the video, just hit the left arrow on your keyboard and you will go back 5 seconds in the video. If you can appreciate that I made these videos for free, then please like this video and feel free to subscribe for more upcoming WordPress related tutorials. Now let's talk about the 3 steps we're about to take. So first we get a free domain name and we get web hosting. What is a domain name? A domain name is the address of your website. What is web hosting? Web hosting is a computer that's turned on 24/7 with all the files of your website. All the text, images, emails, all the content on your website. So with your free domain name and web hosting, you are visible on the internet. And then we'll install WordPress. WordPress is the most popular tool in the world to create websites, and it's completely free. When you create a website with WordPress, you don't have to know anything about coding because WordPress is doing all the hard stuff for you. And the third step is creating your website with Elementor Pro. And for the website we're going to create in this tutorial, people can charge thousands of dollars, but I will show you how you can do it yourself for free. If you already have your own domain name, web hosting, and you have installed WordPress, you can go directly to step 3, and I will show you right now where in the tutorial you should go in order to continue from that point on. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. If you already have a domain name and web hosting, you can skip this part. If you don't have it yet, let's go to webhosting74.com, hit enter, and then you can click here to go to Hostinger. Through the years, I've been searching for the best web hosting companies that are also affordable, and then I came across Hostinger. I've been using their services now for 7 years and I love it. And I'm not the only one who thinks like that. If you take a look at reviews on Trustpilot, you see that other people are also really happy with their service. And if you take a look at Google Trends, you see that Hostinger is taking over the web hosting industry. They're getting more and more popular. And why is that? Because the quality of their service is top-notch and they're really affordable. So in order to take a look at the plans, we click over here on Start Now. And then we see 3 plans. Well, let me make it really easy for you. There are 3 plans: the premium plan, the business plan, the cloud startup plan. If you would go for the premium plan, you can create up to 25 websites. You get 25 gigabyte of storage, which is more than enough. And it is storage in SSD. If you go for the business plan, you can create up to 50 websites. You get 50 gigabytes of storage, but this time it is NVMe storage. NVMe storage is up to 5 times as fast as SSD storage. Then there's the third plan, the cloud startup. But if you're getting started with 1 website in the first year, or maybe 2 or 5 or even 10, then I would go with the business plan. The great thing is that you can always upgrade later. So what does the business plan contain? As I said, you can create up to 50 websites. You get 55 gigabytes of storage, which is more than enough. You can have up to 5 mailboxes per website, like info@yourdomain.com. You get daily backups, so if you somehow mess something up in your website, you can restore a backup from the day before. A lot of amazing AI integrations, and your website will be fast throughout the whole world because of CDN, and that's included for free. With some other web hosting plans, this costs $20 per month. What else do you get? You get a free domain name. With other web hosting companies, this costs money, but with Hostinger, you get it for free for the first year. And what I also really love about Hostinger is that you get domain privacy for free. What does that mean? Normally, when you buy a domain name, all your information is open on the internet and people can spam you with, hey, I can make a website for you, I can make a logo for you, I can do SEO for you. Your email account will be filled with spam. With domain privacy, all that information about your company, your address, your email address, your phone number, etc. is hidden. With other web hosting companies, this costs money, and with Hostinger, this is free. And to make it even better, you can try the service for free. There's a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you somehow, I can't imagine why, but if you somehow don't like the service, you can get your money back. No questions asked. So I scroll up again, and then I go for the business plan. So I click over here, choose plan, and then you can get web hosting for $3.99 per month if you would go for 48 months. So for 4 years, you can get a web hosting for just $192.52. And I can even give you extra discounts. So if you click over here and fill in the name Ferdy, click on apply, you get 10% extra discount. So you pay $172.37. And that's because you get rewarded if you go for a longer period. If you're like, I want to try it out for a year, then you can switch it over here to 12 months. Then you pay $4.49 per month. You still get a free domain name. And for 1 year, you can have 50 websites up and running for just $53.89. So Hostinger is rewarding you if you go for a longer period. So $3.59 or for 1 year. $4.49 per month, still really affordable. And it all comes with a free domain. So I click on continue. I go for 12 months. And then I need to register an account. I can do that with Gmail, I can do that with GitHub, or I can fill in my email address. So I will fill in my email address. Then I need to create a password. And then I click on register. Now I need to fill in some billing details. It's not necessary, but let me fill in my first name and my last name. I can fill this in later. I can add company details, and when I do so, I don't have to pay the taxes that are added to this account when I'm from a different country. I uncheck this. Then I click on continue. And then there are a lot of payment options. And the great thing about Hostinger is that those payment options are based on where you come from. So I come from the Netherlands, so I see Dutch payment methods. But if you're from a different country, it can be that you see your local payment method, and that's amazing. So I can pay with credit card, I can pay with PayPal, Google Pay, Apple Pay, Alipay, CoinGate. But depending on where you live, you'll see different payment methods. So I will go with credit card. I'll fill in my details over here. And then I click on submit payment. No worries, later on we're going to get our free domain name. Right now we're going for web hosting. Your payment's done, let's go. Set up your servers right away to start using them. Congratulations with your web hosting plan. Now let's install WordPress, and then we're going to choose our free domain name. The great thing is Hostinger comes in a lot of languages. So right now I see my main language, Dutch. I can change it over here. And every time I open this, I see more languages. So I will go for English. If you see your language over here, you can choose that. I go for English. Hello, for who is this website? Is it for yourself or are you creating a website for someone else? It's for myself or my business. I click on next. Do you want to create or migrate a website? I want to create a new website. Next. Do you want to use WordPress or the Hostinger website builder? I want to use WordPress. So I click over here. I click on next. And then I can create the login details for my website. So I will change my email address and I will create a password. I click on next. Do you want to create a website with AI or pre-build a website and themes? Well, in this case, I will skip this and I click on create a blank website. And now look at this. You have one free domain available. It can be .com. It can be in your local extension. So let's choose one. I will go for Ferdinand Korper. And then as you see, it's free for 1 year. I will go with the .com version. You can also scroll down to see more extensions. I go for .com and then I click on next. Register your domain. Is it personal or is it for your business? I go for personal. I click on next step. And now I need to fill in my details. So let me do that. I scroll down and I click on finish registration. Confirm your email address. I click on register. And now it says finishing your domain registration. This is really important. And now it's asking, where is your target audience located? Well, by default, the closest one will be chosen for me, which is the United Kingdom. It's next to the Netherlands. But if I want to focus on people from the United States, I would choose one of those. So if I go for LA, I would go for this one. If I focus on New York, I will go for this one. So I will focus on people from the United States. I click on this one. But the great thing is through CDN, Hostinger will make sure that your website is loading fast from any place in the world. But right now it's the best to choose the closest server to your focused audience. So if you're focused on the United States, I would choose one of those three. I click on next. And now WordPress is installed on our brand new website. This can take a few minutes, so we have to be patient. Awesome. Right now we are in the backend of our WordPress website. And what we see right now is that this is our temporary domain name. Why? Because our real domain name, which we just have chosen for free, it can take a few minutes before it gets active. Most of the time it is within 10 minutes. So what I will do, I'll go to the H panel by clicking here. Here I see my domain. In the meanwhile, it says verify email to register. So what I will do, I will go to my email account to confirm my domain. So over here, it says verify your email address. I click on verify email. So that's done. I close this. And now what I will do, I will enter my new domain over here. What I see, it's already live. So that's amazing. It took 2 minutes. So what I will do now, I will click on WP admin. And now, as you see, I am live on my brand new domain. The connection is secure, which is really important. I close this and this. And now I want to tell you about the front end and the back end of the website. If I click over here, I go to the dashboard. This is the back end of the website. This is where we can adjust our website. So I can place blog posts, I can add media, PDFs, images, videos. I can create pages like the home page, the about page. If I have blog posts, people can leave comments and I can approve them or reject them. I can change the look and feel of my website with WordPress themes. We can add additions to our website with plugins, like to optimize our website for the search results or add page builders or contact forms. We can add other users and give them certain roles so people can do things on our website. There are a few tools available, export things, import things. There are WordPress settings, and when you install plugins, those will also appear over here. So one of the plugins is Lightspeed Cache. So if you add more plugins, this list will become longer. So this is the back end of our website. If I click over here, I go to the front end of our website. And right now it looks ugly, but I will make it better. I go back. Here we can adjust the website. Here we can see the result of our website. I like to work in a tidy space, in a cleaned up environment. And the same is with WordPress. It comes with a few installations. And what I will do now, I will clean up our WordPress website and configure a few important settings. In order to clean up our website, the first thing I want to do, I want to dismiss this message. Then I want to go to the screen options, turn everything off over here. So when we are here at the dashboard, it looks clean and not overwhelming. Then I go to plugins, and you see when you install a new WordPress website at hosting here, there are a few really nice tools that you can use. One of them is Ferdy. And right now I want to get rid of them all. And then later we can install the plugins we want to use. So right now I click over here, bulk actions, deactivate. So I deactivate all the plugins, apply. Then I select them again, bulk actions, delete, apply, hit enter. And you see now Lightspeed is not over here anymore. Then I want to go to pages. I want to get rid of all the pages. So I click over here, bulk actions, move to the trash, apply, go to the trash, empty the trash. Then I want to go to the post. There's a default post. I can click on trash, go to the trash, empty the trash. Now I want to go to appearance, themes. There are 3 themes. There's only one active. Right now it's the most left one. So I click over here, theme details, delete, okay. And also this one, theme details, delete, okay. Then I hover over here. I see howdy and then my email address. I click on edit profile. Here I can change the look and feel of my backend. I want to use the default one. If you want to use another one, go ahead. And then I scroll down. Right now it says howdy info. I want to change that. So my first name is Ferdy. My last name is Korpershoek. My nickname, I can change that. My nickname can be Ferdy Corp if I want to. And then display name publicity as, I can choose all those options. I say Ferdy Korpershoek. Well, let's say Ferdy, because the last name is a little bit hard to pronounce. So now it says howdy Ferdy. If I write a blog post, it will say it is written by Ferdy. If you want to show your last name, change it over here and it will be changed on the whole website. I bring it to Ferdy. I scroll down. If you want to have a profile picture, you can get that by linking your email address to a Gravatar account. I hold Command and I click over here. This costs $50 per month, and then you can show your image over here. Really important. No, I'm kidding. It's totally free. Your free avatar. So you create an account, get started now. You upload an image. Make sure you use the same email address as you use over here on your website, and then an image will appear over there, and it will also be shown when you create a blog post. You can set a new password if you want to, and over here I can update my profile. So now it says howdy Ferdy instead of howdy email address. So I go to settings, general, I scroll down, I can change the site language, I can change the time zone. I'm from Amsterdam, so I say AMS, and automatically the time zone will change. The date format, how would you prefer to show that? Well, I like the current one. You can change it over here. And the time format, I like to work with AM and PM, but in capitals. The week starts on Monday. I click on save the changes. A really important aspect of your website is the site title. So let me show you how to come up with a great site title for your website. When it comes to the site title, never say welcome to this website. If I would search for that on Google, I have no idea what kind of website I will find. So it's better to tell something about your company. What do you want to be found on? Make that your site title. So I want to be found on Web Design Agency Amsterdam. I hit that. And then I see here sponsored. Let me skip that. If I go to the organic results, well, this is my website, super cool. So my website is found in the search results. So it seems that what I'm teaching others is really working. Why am I number one with the search result, Web Design Agency Amsterdam? Because it's over here in my title, Web Design Agency Amsterdam. So don't say, welcome to this website, say Web Design Agency Amsterdam. And after that, you can have something else to grab the attention, like 25 years plus years of experience. What else do we see? Here, just the titles, branding web design agency Amsterdam, branding, the 10 best web design agencies Amsterdam, digital creative agency, make the best impressions. So something like that. So there can be a subtitle that can grab the attention. So this is for the search results, to get high in the search results for this particular search phrase. And then over here, something to get the attention. So you have a lot of experience, or make the best impression. Your next digital agency Amsterdam. So I leave it up to you. I have more than 25 years of experience, so I will say that. Then there's a tagline in a few words explaining what the site is about. So I could say something like, we create highly converting websites. And of course, we can use ChatGPT to make titles better. So I can say, make this subtitle for our website better. I paste it. I can copy this one or another one. I leave it with this one. I think in this case, I will not say I'm better than ChatGPT, but I leave it with this one. So, Web Design AG Amsterdam, 25 plus years of experience, or I say the name of my company, Ferdinand Korper. If your brand is getting bigger, then it can be handy to place it over here. So I save the changes. So far, you have your own domain name, you have web hosting, you've installed WordPress on it, and you have cleaned up your WordPress installation, and you have an amazing site title. So what we're gonna do now, WordPress works with themes and with page builders, and those two combined help you to create an amazing website. Every theme has their own look and feel, and every theme has their own functionalities, but there's something else. Besides themes and page builders, there's also a website builder. So we're going to use that in this tutorial. We're going to use Elementor Pro as our website builder. So with that, we can create our footer, our header, our content. It's everything in one. So let me show you how it works with themes and page builders, and then we're going to get Elementor Pro. When I go to the website by clicking here, this is what we see. I see the title. I see that there's a blog area, there's no blog post, and I see this. This has everything to do with the WordPress theme. WordPress works with themes, and the theme decides the look and feel of your website, and every theme has their own functionalities. So I see the title over here. If I would go to themes, I click on add theme. I can grab another theme. So the Astra theme, for instance, I click on install, activate. Now, if I go to the website, it looks different. There's nothing. I see this copyright area, which was also in our other website. So one more example, I go to the themes, new theme. So I can grab the Cadence theme, install, activate. Then I go to the website, and now it also looks different. So WordPress works with themes. There are also page builders. So if I go to new and I click on page, there is the WordPress editor. So I can call this the homepage. And then over here, there's the WordPress editor, the Gutenberg editor. And here I can add headings, paragraphs, quotes, images, a lot of different things, even patterns. So if I would go to about, I can grab this whole area over here and I can adjust things. That's what you can do with a page builder. Well, let me go to the homepage. I will not save this. There are different kinds of page builders. And in my opinion, Elementor is the best page builder. So you can have WordPress themes and you can have page builders, and those combined can help you to make amazing websites within WordPress, but they're also website builders. So Elementor is a page builder, but there's also Elementor Pro, which is a complete website builder. And that's what we're going to use in this tutorial. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get Elementor Pro. Let me show you how to get it, how to configure it, how to set everything up. And then we're going to use the free theme called Hello Elementor that fits perfectly with Elementor Pro. So in order to get Elementor Pro, I go to a new tab and I search for ferdy.com/Elementor. And it will redirect you to the right page. I can click over here to view the plans. I will scroll down and then I see 4 plans. There's the Essential plan, €4.99 per month, also probably in dollars. And it supports one website. And as you see over here, it does not contain a pop-up builder, custom code, CSS, e-commerce features, and collaborative notes. But more important, over here, there are only 57 pro widgets. I want to have all the pro widgets. So here are 86. So I would go for this plan at least, and then you can use it on one website. If you want to use it on 3 websites, you can go for the advanced plan. And if you want to use it on 25 sites, then you can use this plan. I want to go with the advanced solo plan because I know I want to use it for only one website. So if you made your decision, you click on buy now, and then you need to fill in your details. You can sign up with Google, Facebook, Apple, or your email account. I will go with Google this time. Continue. I need to fill in my billing details. So let's do that. If you have a company name, you can fill in your company name and your details, your VAT tax number, and then the taxes will be subtracted from the amount. So I will fill in my details. Then I click on continue. What you will see, taxes are 0 because I'm from another country. Then I can pay with credit card and with PayPal. I will pay with credit card, and then I click over here on pay now. Thank you for your purchase. I want to download Elementor Pro. Here's another offer. I don't want that right now. So I click on download Elementor Pro. I download it to my downloads. So there it goes. Then I go back to my website. I go to the backend, and then I go to appearance. Themes. I want to get the hello theme that comes with Elementor. So I click on add theme. And the hello theme is actually a empty theme because the page builder Elementor, the website builder, is going to do everything, and I'm going to show you exactly how that works. So if you don't find this here, you can search for hello Elementor. And there it is. Install. Activate. Okay, then I can install Elementor by clicking here. Or you go to plugins, add new, and then search for Elementor. It says over here, it's installing Elementor. Okay, now there's a wizard. I don't like wizards. So I click on the X over here. I can do everything manually. Awesome. I close this. I go to the screen options. I get rid of the overview. Now, if I go to the website, it looks like this. We're not there yet. I go to the backend again. I go to plugins. Now over here, I make sure I have my download over here. So I click on add plugin and then upload plugin. And now I can drag this over here. I click on install now. I want to activate the plugin. Awesome. Now I can go to Elementor and then license. And in order to activate the license, I need to connect it to my account, which I've just created at Elementor. So I click on connect and activate. I can switch user. So I go to the brand new user over here. This one. You can become a super contributor by helping them understand how you use a tool. I don't do that. I click on connect and activate. Now it says status active. If I go to the website, it still looks the same, but now we have Elementor Pro installed. So we have the hello theme, which is actually an empty theme because we're going to do everything using Elementor Pro. So congratulations with persevering until this point. In order to keep everything organized, I go to the backend to themes and I remove all the themes I don't use. So I hover over it, theme details, delete. Okay. Also here, theme details, delete. Okay. Theme details, delete. Okay. So that's the way the cookie crumbles. Maybe you already have a branding for your website, the color, the logo, the fonts. If that's not the case, let me show you how to get the right colors for your website. There is a very big chance that you're not going to use these colors in your website. You have different colors in mind. Maybe you don't have colors yet for your website. Well, if you want to find out which colors you can use for your website, this is how I would do it. I would go to Google, search for a competitor of you. So if you're a plumber, I can search for plumber Sydney. open a few websites. And you can see which colors they are using. Blue, water, yellow, not water, blue and red. As you see, you can go all kinds of places. If you want to get some inspiration, you can also search for branding colors. Go to images. And here you see what kind of colors you can use. And there is this color emotion guide. And this can give you some ideas. What do you want to express? Optimism, friendliness, excitement, creativity, trust, peace, balance. And again, there's Coca-Cola, but there's also Pepsi. The same drink, not exactly the same, but different colors. What you also see is that those colors oftentimes comes with multiple colors. So over here, there's PayPal, which has 3 colors: dark blue, a little bit lighter blue, and light blue. Red, orange, and a different orange. Green, light green, yellow. So if you want to create your own color palette, there's a tool you can use. You can go to coolors.co, hit enter, and you can start the generator. And the generator will create colors based on the other colors. So it will not pick colors that are totally not relatable. So you can press the spacebar and then it will show some colors. So I like this color. So what I can do, I can click over here or I can drag it to the left and I can lock it. And what it will do now, it will lock this color, and based on this color, it will find other colors that match this color. I can also click over here and decide to change it a bit, make it more blue, for instance, darker. Okay. So often I use a premium color, then a secondary color that is, or a lighter version. So I can copy this, paste it. If I want to have a lighter version, I can go to the picker and go for HSB, and I can turn off the brightness or turn it up. So make it lighter, a lighter version, or increase the saturation. Well, or you choose an opposite color. So in my case, I would like to use orange. So I go back to the picker. I scroll this bar or drag it over here. Something like that. That's what I like. Then I want to use a dark color for my text. Well, I choose 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Hit 1. And then I want to have lighter versions of these colors. So I can copy this color. I can paste over here. Then I can go back to HSB. Go for brightness. And then bring back the saturation. I don't want to be white, but a little bit less than white. Okay. What else I can do? I can click over here. Go to the color picker, the eyedropper. Use this one. Click on it again and do the same thing. Make it a lot lighter. Something like that. If you're happy, I mean, not like if you're happy, I hope you're happy, but if you're happy with the colors, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. And if you're happy with the colors, then click on export. That was weird. Let's click on PDF. Give it a title. Last week, I went on vacation to the Netherlands. Export. Now, of course, you can give this a name, so I can name this Ferdinand Korper. Export. And voila. Look at this. This is our color palette. I really like it. So this is what we can use in our website. Do you already have your own logo? If not, I will show you how to make your own logo or how to outsource a logo so that someone else will make it for you. And if you want to follow along in the tutorial with the same images, with the same logo I use, I will show you how to get access to all those files. So first talk about how to create a logo or how to outsource a logo, and then how to follow along with the same images. If you want to create a logo, you can click over here, or you can go to YouTube and search for logo Canva Ferdy. And there is a tutorial on how to make a logo using Canva. And if you want someone else to create your logo, you can go to ferdy.com/Fiverr, 2 R's, hit enter. And then you can search for a logo and then let someone else create your logo. So find someone, reach out to them, and they can create a logo for you. If you want to use the same logo I use, the same colors I use, and maybe also the same blog post I use in my tutorial, then go to Ferdy wordpress.com/images, hit enter, and you will be redirected to this page. There you can leave your first name and your email address. And then you click on subscribe, and then you can download the images. If you're from Europe, you need to consent to a few things. Subscribe. Then I go to my Gmail account, and it says, important, confirm your subscription. Confirm my subscription, and then the images will be downloaded. You can drag them to your desktop. Then I go to the desktop, and there I can use the images. So let me close this. And now you can follow along with the same images I use in my tutorial. In order to upload a logo, we'll use a logo using Elementor, but for now I want to upload my first logo, so it will be displayed over here by default. In order to do that, I click on Customize, then I go to Site Identity, and I click on Select Logo. Select Files, I go to Images Tutorial, and I want to make use of the folder Ferdinand Korper. Over here I see the colors I use in my website, and I want to go for a PNG Ferdinand Korper logo. This is the logo I've made in Canva. I exported it as PNG and SVG. For now we'll use PNG. In Elementor we'll use the SVG. What is an SVG? It's sharper, it's bigger. It can become bigger without losing quality. And in file size, it's smaller. But right now we're going to use a PNG. What I always do when I upload an image, I go to the title, I get rid of all the dashes if there are dashes. Command A, Command C. I paste it in the alt text and I paste it in the description. Then I click on select. I skip the cropping. And ladies and gentlemen, there is our logo. I also want to have a favicon. If I would go to tesla.com, I see the Tesla logo. If I go to apple.com, I see the Apple logo. So I want to have a logo over here. It's called a favicon. In order to upload it over here, we can click on select site icon. It needs to be square and a PNG. In my Canva tutorial, I show you how to create a favicon. I click on upload files, select files. And actually the first thing I want to do, I also want to upload the white logo. So open that first. Okay. I have a logo with blue and a logo with white for a lighter background. I click on upload files, select files, and now I go for the favicon. It's square, it needs to be square. It has a transparent background because then it will look better in my opinion. I skip the cropping and what you will see over here is our favicon. So if people are at tesla.com and at apple.com and at ferdykorper.com, they know immediately, hey, I want to go back to my favorite website. And then they can click here and there they are. And they can close those because my services are probably cheaper than Tesla. Okay, so far, so good. What is the goal of your website? Think about that. What is the goal? Is it to have a cool website with nice colors and have some information just for fun? No, probably the goal of your website is to get more clients. So with every step we'll take in this tutorial in creating your website, we need to think about that. What's the goal? Getting more clients. So right now we're going to create a menu, and it's not a matter of, okay, a menu. Okay, maybe it's fun to put this in it or that in it. No, everything should have one goal, and that's to help the visitor to become a client. And with that in mind, we're going to create our menu. Let me show you how. Since we're here, I go back. I want to make use of a menu. So I click on menus. A menu is the navigation on our website. So again, if I would go to Web Design Agency, Sydney, I skip all the sponsored stuff and I go for Jimmy Webb. I have the logo and then I have the navigation over here with a beautiful video in the background. I'm going to show you how to place a video in your background, but this is the menu. You have services. They have a lot of services, I have to say. Our work inside, so we can get inspired by this. So you have to take some thought into what you want to place over here. What I suggest, of course, a homepage, then something about yourself, the services you offer, and then you can have a submenu with pages for all the services you offer. Our work, also known as portfolio or cases. Then we can have a blog page and a contact page. So insights is actually a different word over here, I guess, for blog post. So actually I like this menu. This is exactly what I want to have, except for the super big submenu. But I do want to have services like these. So I go to the customizer, and in order to create my own menu, I click on create menu. I call this one main menu. Nobody will see this. It's just for reference. You can also say Uncle Jim, but I prefer to say main menu. It's the main menu that I use over here on the top of my website. I want to assign a location. That's the header. So now I can add items. And when I add items, I also immediately create pages. So I click on add items, and I want to add the first item, which is of course the home page. I call this home, and I add it. Then I want to say something about our company or about ourselves, about my team. So I create an about page, and then I want to have the services page. And I offer 4 services. I'm a web design agency, but I do more than that. I do web design. But besides that, I also do digital marketing. I'm helping my clients with the text for the websites. We have people that can do that. They're really good text writers. Then, of course, we do SEO, search engine optimization, making sure that my clients are found better on the internet so they can get more customers, get paid more, so they can be a blessing to the people around them. How cool is that? And we're going to talk about advertising, spending $100 on advertising and getting $300 in clients. That would be great. So advertising is something we do. And if I publish this, I see them all next to each other, but I want them to be below services. How can I do that? Over here, below services, web design, I drag it to the right, and there you see a nice step. And now they are part of a submenu, which is really ugly, but we're gonna make it look better. Then I want to showcase what I can do. So I can say cases or KC if your wife's name is Casey. If you have a wife and you want to say something about her in your menu, but I prefer to say our work. Edit. Then I want to have a blog. Not everyone wants to have a blog, but a blog is a great way to get organic visitors to your website. Visitors that found you through blog posts that are displayed in the Google search results. And of course, really important, we want people to be able to get in touch with us based on all the information on our website. They probably get excited and think, hey, I want to do business with the company of this website. So then they can reach out. I click on publish. I close it. And this is our menu right now. Well, if I would go not to Jimmy Web, here they have the homepage. If you go to the our work page and you click on Jimmy Web, you go to the homepage. With Apple, that's the same thing. You go to TV and home, click on the logo, go back. There's no homepage. With Tesla, go to charging, go back to the homepage. But where is the homepage? Click on the logo. So I want to do the same. I don't want to have the homepage over here. So I go to the customizer, go to menus, main menu, click over here, scroll down and remove it. Then over here, I see the title archives. That's because by default, WordPress shows the latest blog post on your website. That's how it started more than 20 years ago with WordPress, a tool to help you to make blog posts. And right now it's so much more. So I go back and I go back. I go to the homepage settings and I don't want to display my latest blog post on the homepage, but I want to display a static page, which happens to be the homepage that we have created. And for the posts page, I want to have the blog page. Publish. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I close this, we see home instead of archives. So right now, when people go to your website, they will see your homepage. So now it is time to make it look so much better. So we're about to open Elementor Pro for the first time. There is so much we're going to learn and you can do so much things. This is by far my favorite page builder, my favorite website builder. And there's a lot to learn. It's quite a big learning curve, but it's because there's so much you can do with Elementor Pro. I'm going to show you step by step how everything works. And what we're going to do first, I'm going to show you how to set up Elementor Pro and how to configure it in a way so we can save ourselves a lot of time in the long run. So we're going to set it up in a way that we can be more productive. Let me show you how we're going to do that. So in order to open Elementor for the first time, we click on Edit Page. We're right now at the home page. I click on Edit Page. There over here, I see the WordPress editor, but I want to edit this with Elementor. So I click over here, edit with Elementor. And now we open Elementor for the first time. There are always notifications. I can skip them. I can click on let's do it, or I can close them over here. So this is how Elementor looks. It can be overwhelming, but I will show you step by step how to make use of this amazing tool. The first thing I want to do, I want to close Elementor. So I click over here, then I click on exit to WordPress. Now I click on the logo, and then I go to Elementor settings. Then I go to the features, and I want to turn on a few things. So I scroll down. I want to turn on nested elements. I scroll down, save the changes. Now, in order to go back to Elementor, I go to the website by clicking here. And since I already opened Elementor for the first time using Elementor, I can hover over here and click on edit with Elementor. If I go to the about page, that is not the case, because if I click on edit page, it's still opening the WordPress editor. If I click on edit with Elementor, and now I close it, I exit. Now if I go to the about page, I can also edit it with Elementor. So you only see this after you've used Elementor for the first time on that particular page. So I've used it on the home page. I click on edit with Elementor. Voila, this is how it looks with the new interface. So now it looks different. We have a top bar over here with a lot of nice features. Here at the left, we see all the elements we can use: a heading, an image, a video, text editor. I'm going to show you step by step how we can use all these amazing elements to make amazing websites. So later on, I'm going to show you how we can make use of this, use of containers. In those containers, we can have elements and we can adjust them. We're going to talk about that in depth. But first, I want to talk you through the interface and a few configurations. So we have our top bar over here. No matter how far you scroll down in the website, if we have a lot of content, we can scroll down over here. We will always see this. So let's start at the left in the top bar. If I click on the logo, we can go to the theme builder, we can go to the history, and if you edited things, we can revert those editings. Then there are the user preferences. Let's go there. We can do a few things over here. Right now we have a light interface. We can change it to a dark interface. That's what I prefer. This over here is the panel width. It's 300 pixels. If I would say 400, it becomes wider. I like 300, so I keep it with 300. You can also drag it over here, but I like 300. Then editing handles. If I click on publish, if I click on the plus, then I go back to all the widgets again. If I drag an image over here. Okay, now I see three areas. I can close this container with an image in it. I can select a container and I can create a new container here on top. But what I would like to do is duplicate it. And over here, if I want to duplicate this, I cannot do it. If I want to hover over here and remove this one, I can also not do that. That's why we need editing handles. So I go back to the Elementor logo, user preferences. And if I turn on the editing handles, look at this. Now we have more options. I can duplicate this whole area. And if I hover over here, I can duplicate the image and I can close the image. So I really like editing handles. The default view for our website is desktop. You can also say the default view should be tablet portrait or mobile portrait. I like the default one. And when we exit this, we go to our blog post. So if I exit to WordPress, we go to our blog post. You can also change it to all the posts or to your WordPress dashboard. Do we want to turn on the style guide preview? Yes, there we can see all our colors we use and all our fonts we use. So I like it. I click on publish. And of course, it's up to you if you want to use a dark or a light interface. Then I click on the plus and I will be out of the user preferences. Then important, there are keyboard shortcuts. I will talk about a few. One I like, of course, is Command Z or redo, Command Shift Z. On a PC, you'll see different shortcuts with control and stuff. You can copy things, paste a style. So take a look at this, but also through the tutorial, I will show you what I use. I like to use Command I for the structure. And of course, here we can go and exit to WordPress. If I click on this plus, that means I can add a new element. An element and widget is the same thing. Here it's called widgets. Somewhere else it's called elements, over here for instance. So no matter where you are in the website, if you click on the plus, you go to all the elements and you can drag something new over here. Then there's the third area, the site settings, really important. There are a lot of things we can configure over here, and that's what we will definitely do. Things like global colors, global fonts, typography, buttons, the width of the website. So let me close this. Then there is the structure in the website. That means if you open this, it gives you an overview of everything you have in your page. So right now, the only thing I have is a container, and in that container I have an image. If I would go, scroll down a bit, and I go for a button and I drag it over here, now I have a container with an image and below that a button. If I drag this on top, it's now on top of the image. So with the structure, you can navigate through your website. You can make it float, or you can place it over here. And what I like to do, Command I hide it and I bring it back. Well, whatever you prefer. I like to use it in the corner, say Command I, because I like to use as much space as possible. But I can also imagine that you like to stick it over here, especially if a bigger screen. It can work great that way. You have to always over here. So if I remove this or Command I, you see the space increases. I can also click over here so I can see exactly what I've made. Yes, so that's the site structure. Over here we have notes. If you're making a website for a client, then you can let your client make notes. So your client can say over here, make it a different color, red. And then you can leave a note. That can be handy. Then we go over here. You can go to your latest pages. So if you have opened other pages in Elementor, you can navigate through the pages. Here are individual site settings. So for only this page, the title, the status, is it published or not, the excerpt, featured image, allow comments. You can hide the title and you can change the page layout per page. So you can say for all the pages, it should be Elementor full width, but for this one only Elementor canvas. And there's the style for every page. I never touch this, so I leave it with settings, but that's what you can adjust over there. Click outside of that area and then you will leave those settings. And then we have the displays for the desktop, tablet, and a smartphone. By default, Elementor is doing a great job in making your website responsive, but here you can tweak other things. So if you change something over here, the width or the size, it will only be changed for this device. And we go back to the desktop. So we're also going to talk about that, how to optimize everything even further. We can search for things. Also, there's a great shortcut for that. Command E. You can even go to other pages. So if you go to About, right now you don't see it because the About page is not created using Elementor right now. But it's also a way to navigate to other pages. Or if I say page, I can add a new page over here. And we'll leave this one. So nice shortcuts. I don't use it a lot, but hey, it's a nice feature. Then there's the question mark if you want help. So if you have a question about buttons, there's an article and you can learn more. There's a nice structure over here, even videos. So you can learn a lot over here. Over here, we see what is new in Elementor. They're constantly updating and improving their tools. So that's what you can see over here. And this is so cool. If I click on publish and I click on the eye, look at this. I see a updated version of what I've created over here. So if I go and I change the color, you don't have to follow along with this. Do something else. And I click on publish. I don't even have to refresh this. It will already be shown. Well, you can also click over here, as I said. If I do Control Tab, there's almost no different. So you can also just see what happened over here. But the great thing is if you publish it at once, you see the updated version over here. And that's what I really like. So I like to work with two tabs. This one, then I can change things over here. If I click on publish and I check it, it goes to the right and I see the result. And if I want to bring it back, Command Z a few times. And there it is. And then I say Command S, and then I save it, and it's like that. Well, here we see the publish button to save it, but we can also click over here. We can save this as a draft, or what I sometimes do, we can save the whole page as a template. And then you can import it somewhere else and save a lot of time. So that's the top bar. I already talked about the widgets over here, the elements. You can drag it in. So since we talked about it, let's configure it even further by going to the site settings. I want to go to the layout of the website. The content width is 1140. If I bring it down, don't think about this. The width of the page will be more narrow. Well, there's an ideal content width, and that's 1120. Why, if you use multiple columns, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, 1120 can be divided by all those columns. So for me, 1120 is the best width for a website. So I want to use that 1120. And then this is really important. Let me save it. If I close this, and I close this, if I drag a container over here, by default, there is a small padding over here. So if I drag a container in that container, and again, and again, and a few times, every time you see a small spacing, well, that's not what I want, because sometimes I have to use containers in another container. And then there is that padding. I don't want to have that padding. The downside is if you don't have padding over here, all these containers are on top of each other. And you see that which one is which one. Then you can say Command I, Control I. I see I have a container. In that I have a container. So I have a container, in a container, in a container, in a container, in a container. And if I would have no padding over here by default, I would not see it. But I prefer to have no padding over here. In order to adjust that, click on the site settings, go to layout, and then container padding, I can say 0. Save the changes, close this. I still have all those containers, but I don't see them with the spacing anymore because I set 0. Well, there are ideal settings for containers, in my opinion. Let me get rid of this and drag an image over here. If I publish it, I get rid of the structure. Then I see right now that this is aligning beautifully. If I go to the settings, layout, I see everything is 0, but there's no spacing below and on top of every container. That's what I do want to have. So for me, I uncheck this. And then on the top, my ideal container padding is 60. So you see there's more space now. At the bottom also 60, like that. At the sides, 0, because then it is aligning perfectly with the width of 1120. So everything will align perfectly. But then, look at this. Here is no padding anymore because automatically these settings for tablet will be taken from the desktop. So automatically it says 0 over here, unless I change it. So if I increase it, what you will see here is that it is increasing. I don't like it when I see a website on a tablet and it's totally against the edge. So for a tablet, I prefer to say 45 on all sides, on top and at the side. Don't take a look at this. We're going to create our own header. So these settings are not what we should follow. 45 is a decent amount of space between everything. But then on a phone, it will also say 45. Well, that's too much in my opinion. So for a smartphone, I like to say 30 on all sides. And in that way, since we are doing it here at the site settings, that means for every page in Elementor, for all the containers, these settings apply. If I don't do that, then I need to do that for every single container I'm creating. That's a lot of work. And if I decide to change it, then I have to change it individually for all containers. I don't want that. So for me, these settings are the best. So for the desktop, 60, 0, 60, 0. For the tablet, 45 everywhere. For a smartphone, 30 everywhere. Then there are also gaps. So if I save this and I close this, and I close this, I go for a new container, Flexbox, and I say I want it to have 2 areas. then there is no gap in between. So I can say 40, and if there are rows on top of each other, also 40. But I prefer to do that everywhere at once at the site settings. So let me close this. I go back to the site settings layout, and then the gaps, I want them to be, I prefer 30 for columns and rows. Okay, save it. Then there's one more thing over here at the site settings layout, and that's really important, the default page layout. Well, normally I prefer to use Elementor full width, nothing changes, but with this page I want to have Elementor canvas. But these are the site settings for the whole website. So every new page that will be created will have automatically Elementor full width, which is the perfect page layout. But for this one individually, I would like to say by going to the page settings. So only for this page, I would like to say page layout, not Elementor full width, but Elementor canvas. So there will be no header and no footer, because that's what we're going to create later. I want to focus on the layout over here. So now I know that this width is 1120 pixels. And if I go for the tablet, I know this is 45 pixels. And if I go for the smartphone, I know automatically this is 30 pixels. So I know it's a lot of things we need to do, but we only need to do it once. And that will help us to have a better workflow throughout making all the websites we're going to create. Maybe you're creating your first website now with Elementor Pro, but maybe in a few years you will have created 50 websites. I don't know. But even if it's only for this one website, it will save you a lot of time. We've already chosen colors for our website. Right now I want to show you how you can implement those in your Elementor Pro website. Okay, what I can do, I can drag a heading over here. By default, it has this color. Why is that? Let me publish it. If I go to the site settings and I go to the global colors, there are by default 4 colors that comes with every Elementor installation, and I want to change those. In order to do that, I go to the desktop images tutorial. I go to Ferdy Korper. I go to my colors PDF. I want to use this as my main color. So I replace it. Then I go to the secondary color, dark blue. And the third color, this one. And the fourth one, actually I want it to be the same as the primary one. I almost never use that color. Then I want to add a few other colors. The first one is light orange. Click over here. Then I go to this color. Paste it. Then I want to say light blue. Copy and paste. And then I want to have white or off-white. So maybe not perfectly white, but a little bit below that. Save the changes. So now in our style guide, we see these other colors we use in our website. Right now, we're going to make use of local fonts. Why local fonts? Why not load them from Google itself? Well, first of all, it will make your website when you load your logos onto your website, when you upload them to your website. And second of all, you're legal, because in some cases, in some countries, it can be illegal to have an external link towards the fonts you want to use. And we don't want to mess with that. So I will show you how you can use Elementor Pro to upload your fonts towards your own website. And then your website will load faster. And you're perfectly in line with all the terms in all the countries in the world when it comes to fonts. So let me show you how that works. Then we have the global fonts. So if I would go back, go to global fonts, I go to primary, which is the base font of our website. I have Roboto. Roboto is a Google font, and I see a lot of Google fonts, but you can get in trouble by loading external Google fonts. In some countries, you can get a fine for that. So what I prefer to do, I want to disable the Google fonts, and then I want to download the Google fonts we want to use to our website. So what I will do, I will go to fonts.google.com. Let me close this for now. Save it. Then I go to the backend, exit to WordPress, click on the logo. Then I go to Elementor, Settings, Advanced. And over here it says Google Fonts Enable. And then I want to say Disable. Save the changes. So now, if I go to the website, edit with Elementor. By the way, now you see this color by default is orange instead of blue. So that's great. I go to the site settings, global fonts, primary. And now I only have the default fonts, no more Google fonts. So I go to fonts.google.com. So I can say about services, our work, to see how this looks, because I want to find a font for our menu. And then over here, I can do a few things. I can say I want to use a sans serif. I like this one, Noto Sans. So what do you want to use as your heading, for instance? Noto Sans. Well, there are a few I like. You can also search for most popular Google fonts to use. Roboto, Open Sans, Lato, Oswald. This one is really popular. Railway. I like Nunito Sans, so I can search for Nunito Sans for my heading. I can click over here. I can get this font, and I can also say download all. So I download all the variables. I do that. I open it. So here I have a lot of fonts. Oh, actually only 2. And here are all the other ones. So let's see what we can do with this. I can go back to the back end. I can go to Elementor, custom fonts, and I add a new one. And I call this one Nunito Sans. I can add a variation. And I want to go for normal and normal. And if I take a look at the Finder, I see they're all TTF. So I go for the TTF file, upload, select. I go to downloads, Nunito Sans. And I want to go for, not for the italic one, but the variable font. And then I can choose which one I want to import. So these contain all the fonts that are not italic. I don't use italic fonts. And then I can say I want to have the normal one and the normal one. I add a variation. This one again. This time I say bold. I add another variation. This time I say very light, 100. And then the fourth one is 900, which is the boldest. So I'm uploading 4 variables. And if I click on publish, I will see how they will look. So really thin, 100. Then there's normal, there's bold, and there's even bolder. So that's one font. And then I want to have a font for the text of my website. Well, as I saw, Open Sans is very popular. I want to use it as the text. So I search for Open Sans. Get font, download all. There they go. Open Sans. Now I'm even downloading more fonts at the same time. Okay. I go to add new on the top and I say Open Sans. And then again, I need to think about which one I want to display. Of course, normal, upload files, select files, Open Sans, variable font, which contains all the other fonts. So normal. Oh, you know what? I'll start with 100. Then I go for normal. Then I go for bold. And then I go for super duper bold. 900. That means if the font was a person, it would be 900 pounds. No, that's not true. But this is what I like. Update. Now, if I would go to Elementor, custom fonts, looks like this. Open Sans, Nunito Sans, 4 versions. I want to have one more. I reset all the settings. I want to have a nice heading. something different, something like that, maybe a little bit different. I'll just take a look. For some website that just works, having a nice font and then as a heading something else. I'm having something in my mind, but I haven't seen it yet. Something like this. Titan. No. If you would have a big word web design on your homepage, it could be nice to have a different style than the other two you have. I decided to go with what I have. So those two. Now if I go to my website, edit with Elementor, I go to the site settings, global fonts, the primary one. Now I can select them here at the family, open sans, secondary also, the text also, and the accent also open sans. Save the changes. They're all the same, except in font. So let's do medium. Also here, medium, and medium. I like to have 16 in size. Primary also is already 16. Oh no, wait. 16, 16, and 16. So they're all the same. Then I save the changes. I go back and I want to go to typography. The text color. I want to use the text color, the global one. Typography is open sans 16 and medium. Then there's a link. A link can be primary, for instance. When I hover over it, it can become secondary. Typography, I want it to be the same. So by default, it will inherit default typography. Then there is heading 1. And I like to say Nunito Sans 24. The second one, also Nunito Sans. So what I will do, Nunito S, copy, and then select it everywhere. 24. H3. 24. Paste. I only have to do this once. After that, we don't have to do it anymore. Save the changes. And now we see our heading is quite small. So what I also can do, this is a heading 2 probably. If I would say black. No, it will not. And now you see that this is also affected. So let's close this. I click over here and I see it's a heading 2. If I would say copy, 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 copy. And over here I say heading 1. And here H3, H4, H5, and H6. They're all the same, so it's working. But for Google, it's important to use H1, H2 properly, H3 also. But for the size, it doesn't matter for me. One more thing about fonts. If I would have a text, and I drag it over here, and I copy and paste the text. Get rid of all the new paragraphs. So I have one text over here. How do I want to display this? I can go back to the site settings, to typography, then there's the body text. And the line height, I can also increase that a bit. So 26, so it has some more space. And I would normally not display a text like this. I will make it smaller because it's not fun to read. but I like to have some space here in between. Save changes. Look at this. Still working on the configurations. If I would drag a button over here, it looks like this. And if I hover over it like that, I don't want that. By default, I want to have a certain style. So I can go to the site settings, buttons. So you know what? Let me drag that button back so I can see the results. If I go to the site settings, buttons, by default, the text color should be of white. When I hover over it, I want the text color still to be of white and the background color to be secondary. And the border radius, let's say 25, like that. Save the changes, close it. Why is there no hover? I said buttons, hover, background color, secondary. It's not working. Why is that? Look at this. I need to go and disable the default colors and fonts from the settings page. So that's what I will do. Close this, publish. I go to the backend, click on the logo or the icon. I go to Elementor settings, and then over here there are two buttons: disable the default colors and disable the default fonts. So everything will be loaded from Elementor. So now, if I edit this page with Elementor, now it's gray. And if I go to the button style, by default, the background type will be primary. If I hover over it, it will be blue. Okay. And now if I save the changes, close. If I drag in a new heading or a new button, it will be automatically as I said. Same for the header. If I drag it over here, now it's not orange anymore, but it is dark. Now I can go to the style. By default, it should have a certain color. That's what we can configure at the typography. So by default, I think it can be primary. So if I would do the second one, this is H2, it will become orange. But actually I prefer to use the dark text. Save it. So those were quite some configurations. What I would like to do, let me publish this. Since there's a chance that you're going to create more websites with Elementor Pro, right now we have set everything up in a perfect way or in a really good way. What you can do now, you can export this website as a template or a blueprint for your next website. So everything we've done so far, you don't have to do that again. You just import the export we're going to create and then you can save yourself a lot of time. I like saving time. I like to save your time. If you can appreciate that I make all these videos, that I made this video for free, all this content, then feel free to like this video and feel free to subscribe for more upcoming tutorials on how to make websites that can generate you money. Now let's export our current website. If I'm gonna make more websites, and I've set everything up and it took a while, as you've seen, I exit to the WordPress editor. I want to make a backup of what we've created so far. I know we see nothing, but if I can export this and import it later on for a new website, it can save me a lot of time. So in order to do that, I go to plugins, add new. Plugin is an addition to your WordPress website. So I want to add an addition, which in this case is all-in-one WP migration. Here it is. I click on install now. And with this tool, I can make an export of our website, everything that's needed, and I can import it in another website. Really easy to use. Activate it. I use it all the time. I go to all-in-one, export to file. It will prepare 71 megabytes, so we can still use the free version. And what I would like to say is enter Elementor Pro configured website 2024. How about that? WP-Press. And as I said, I use it all the time. I use it here, which is a few days ago. I like it. I like to use it a lot. Now, if I go to a brand new WordPress installation, I can go to plugins, add new, search for all in one WP migration, click on install now, activate, import, go to my downloads, I go for Elementor Pro configured, proceed, finish. Then I need to go to settings, permalinks, and I need to log in. And I need to save it twice at permalinks. And now I have the same website somewhere else with all the settings, dark interface. The width is 1120. So that's how I can save a lot of time when I create a new Elementor Pro installation. Now let's go to our website and let's get started with the Elementor page builder. So up until this point, it's quite of preparation for creating an amazing website. Now we're really gonna dive deep into Elementor Pro. I'm gonna show you step by step how everything works. We're gonna talk about containers and elements, and we're gonna talk about how we can position those elements in multiple ways so you can place content on your website wherever you want to do it. So are you ready? I hope you are. Good luck with the next part, and you're gonna learn how to make amazing websites using Elementor Pro. So first I want to talk about containers and elements, and after that I want to talk about positioning. So I already have a container over here, so I hover over it, X. There are three ways to create a new container. The first one is click on the plus over here, go for the flex box, and then I can choose a certain structure. So I can have a container with two containers in it, one left and one right. I can have a container with three containers, one left, one right, one below. I can have 4, 6. So if I choose that, I see one container, which has this beautiful pink line around it. And then here are 6 more containers. If I say Command I see one container with 6 containers in it. If I want to get rid of it, close it. That's the first way, like that. The second way is going to the elements and drag a container over here. There you go. And then the third way is going to the elements and drag an element over here. And now I have an element with a container. As you see, by default, there are 60 pixels over here and 60 pixels over here because of the settings, site settings, layout, 60 and 60. So we don't have to do that everywhere. In this container, I can have multiple elements. So let me say Command I again, or Control I. Here's one container, and right now it contains a heading. I can also go for a button, and I can drag it below the heading or above. If I release it, it will be released. And automatically, as you see, here's the line around the heading. Here's the line around the button. There are 30 pixels over here. Why? Because in the container, by default, we say that there should be a gap of 30 pixels. I click on the plus and I want to add another element, an icon. I can drag it here or on top or in between. And there you go. So what I have is one container with 3 elements in it. If I click on one of the elements, so I click on the heading, there are 3 tabs over here: content, style, and advanced. If I go to the icon, there's content, style, and advanced. If I go to the button, there's content, style, and advanced. Every element has those 3 tabs. The content is for changing the content of that specific element. So I can change the title, for instance. This is a title. I can add a link. Go to HTTPS desktop computers.com. I already talked about Apple, so I should also talk about desktop computers. I can open it in a new tab. Then if I go to the icon, it looks different. There's content, but this content is different, of course, than a title. So over here, I can change the icon to a heart, of course, because I'm so full of love making these tutorials for you, hoping you enjoy them. I can also link it to Tinder or something like that, whatever I want. I can change the view. And then for the button, I can change the button text. So I can say more information. Over here, I can say contact, and then it suggests the contact page to link it over there. I can have an icon. So that's all content, but then there's also style. So if I go to the heading, I can go to the style, change the color of the text to the dark one. I can align it to the right, to the center. So this has everything to do with the colors, the style of this element. So with this one, the style is also different. Here I can also align it, but now I can change the color of the heart. So let's say Red Dead Redemption. I can align it to the left. When I hover over it, I can change the color. I can have a hover animation. And for the button also, there are different colors, of course. Alignment, the typography of the button, the background of the button. When I hover over it, what should happen? So the content and the style are different based on the element we are editing. Then there's also the container. If I click on the container, I can click on the 6 dots over here, or I can select it here at the right. I have no content, style, and advanced, but layout, style, and advanced. So the only thing that is different is at an element, it's content, and at a container, it's layout. And there I also have the style. So here I can have a background color. Let's say this one, or I can have a background gradient. So a first color and then a second color, and I can configure that, change the angle, for instance. But now I don't see this title. So what I can do now, I can click over here. I can go to the heading, go to the style, change this to white, or Command Z. I go to advanced, close layout. I can go to background, and I can create a white background. But what I don't like is that the content is really close to the edge. In order to change that, here at advanced, I can go to layout and I can increase the padding on all sides. But now I don't like this whole area over here. Then I can go to the width, change it from default to custom, change the percentage to pixels, and then I can increase this area. I can align it to the right, to the center, to the left. So as you see, there are so many things we can do to adjust the content and look and feel of our elements. So the point I want to make is that every element has its own functions here at content and at style, and advanced, everything is the same for every element, and for containers, it's a little bit different. Also here I can have padding, so I can increase this, play around with that. So of course, we're going to talk so much more about this, but right now I just wanted to show you that every container and every element has those 3 tabs over here. So I will get rid of this. And now I want to talk about positioning. So we talked about containers and elements. Now I want to talk about how to position them. So we're going to practice a bit more, and then we're finally going to create content for our website. So how can we position elements and containers within Elementor? Let me show you. I can go to an image, drag it over here. And I think I want to have more images. So I can duplicate it, and duplicate it. But I see nothing happens because when I duplicate it, they are all below each other. So if I would say Command I or Control I see 4 images below each other. If I want to change that, I go to Container, to Layout, and I want to use a flexbox, not a grid. If you don't see the grid, it's because you did not turn it on yet. I go to my website, to the backend, to Elementor, Settings, Features, and then there's the grid container. If I don't use it, I can also make it inactive. Save the changes. Now if I publish this, I take a look over here. I added it again with Elementor. Now, if I click on the plus, there's no more grid. I click over here. Now there's only the flexbox, no more grid. Since for now we're not going to work with the grid, I'm okay with that. So what I see over here, the content width is boxed. If I close this, I see the width of the website is here from the left to the right. And I can make it wider or I can decrease it. And if you leave it empty, by default, it is 1120 in pixels, which is in my opinion, the best width for a website. If I get rid of all the images, what I can do, I can go to the container and I can also change the minimum height. See? So if I would give this a color, I go to the style, background type, and I say secondary, I go to layout. If I increase the minimum height, you see it increases. I can do that with pixels. I can do that with viewport height. So if I would say 100%, it will cover the whole height of your screen. So if you have a bigger screen or smaller screen, it will cover 100% of your screen. Get rid of it. Pixels, I almost never use this. I always let padding do the work. So I bring this back to no background, so it's white. And I go back to the plus. I want to add an image. And then the second one, third one, fourth one, go back to the container, layout. And now it becomes interesting because right now the direction is pointing down because all those images are below each other. In order to show you what I'm doing, I can click on the image, choose an image. I can click on upload files, select files, and you can go to the folder, which I've created for you, images tutorial, then web design, practice. And over here you see 4 images. I say command A, open them, select them. And I want to select 1 over here, 2, 3, and 4. So they're now below each other. If I go to the container, I can change direction. Really interesting. If I click on row, they go from left to right. If I click on column, they go from top to bottom. I can also do row reversed 4, 3, 2, 1 and column reversed, but I never use those two. Never. If it's up to me, they can get rid of it. Maybe the real cool, super duper web designers use it. I don't. I like to keep things simple. So I would like it if Elementor, if you're watching, give you the option to get rid of those. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. Just don't use them. So, or you go for a row horizontally or for columns vertically. If you take a closer look, I will zoom in for you. If you are having a row, this looks different. Then when I click over here, look at this area. When I click over here, it changes 90 degrees based on the direction. So if I'm working from left to right, what I can say over here, by default, it's using the first option over here. So if I say left, nothing happens, but I can justify the content to the center. I can justify it to the right. And then there's space between. This is really interesting. In order to illustrate it better to you, what I'll do over here, click on the plus, arrow down, and I click on the plus here and I go for an image. So what you will see is this is the width of the website. If I come back over here, if I would go to space between, what you will see that the first element is aligning perfectly with the one below. So it's starting from the left of the website, the most left area of the website, and it's ending at the most right area of the website. What it does, depending on how many elements you have, the space in between will be automatically created and it will be evenly divided over the 3 gaps in between. So if I add one, look at this. The gap in between will have the same size everywhere. If I do it again, and again, and again, it will make sure that the gap always is, in this case, 30 pixels. Why? If I click over here below, I said that by default, the gap should be 30. If I say 20, look at this. Then it's 20. If I say 0, there's no gap at all. So I can also use arrows up. I like to use 30. So it will respect the gaps over here. but I can keep on adding new elements over here. So let me bring that back. If I go to space around, it doesn't only have space in between the elements, but also left and right. So here's the left border of the website, but instead of having gap in between, it has a gap left 50%, a right 50% of this gap. So here it has a gap of 15 pixels, and here it also has a gap of 15 pixels. But since there's also a left area from this element, it's a total of 30. So here it's 30 and 30, and here it's 15 and 15. So that's space around. Then we have space evenly. That means that the space between element 1 and element 2, this space is the same space as this one, from the left to this area. I don't use space evenly and space around. I do use space between. So also these two, if it's up to me, we can get rid of it. But it's probably because I'm not a fancy web designer that knows how to use this. Just kidding, I think you really don't need it. So as I said before, when we change this to vertical, this also changes. So since everything is now below each other and I have no minimum height, there's not much I can do over here because there's no space in between. So nothing happens. But if I would increase the minimum height like this, now I can say justify to the top, justify in the center, vertically, justify to the end, space in between. So this is at the bottom, this is at the top, and this is the space in between, which is evenly divided. Then we have space around again and space evenly. Well, don't use those two. But that only applies when you have extra space left over here, which is in a lot of cases not the case. Let's go back to horizontal and let's make it a little bit higher again to illustrate a point. If I would say 600. So we said over here, direction, it should be a row horizontally from left to right, then justified in the center or at the right or space in between. But there's a third option, and that's align the items on the top or at the bottom or in the middle or stretched. By default, if you do nothing here, it is always stretched. That's why you see this line over it. So let me illustrate it by giving this a background. I can do that at advanced background. Okay. I go back to the container. If I would say stretch, nothing happens because by default, it's always stretched when it comes to align items. If I would say start, then the background is gone because now you see the pink area is around the image, nothing more, because it's not stretched anymore. If I would say center, all those elements would be in the center. If I say end, they all will be below. And if I say stretch, then again, things are stretched. Later in the tutorial, I will show you how you can apply that, how you can use this in a functional way. So now with those settings, if I say column vertical, you see this is also still stretched because I clicked on it. If I would say left, it's there, center, right, and with stretched, you see the background. If I release it, it's still stretched because by default, this is always activated. If you have nothing selected over here, then it always automatically uses this one. If you select nothing over here, it also will always use vertical. But we can take it even a step further. I can say over here, I want to have one element to be aligned differently. So I can select it. I can go to advanced and I can say align self. This one should be at the end. This one, the fourth one, I can say, you know what, I want it to be at the start. And now if I go to the container and I bring back the direction from vertical to horizontal, it also tries to apply that. So align self is now here. The fourth one on top, I can change it, stretch it. So with all those things combined, you can do really cool things. But wait, there is more. Let me bring this back now. I get rid of all the images. And I want to add a new image. Or I can close this. Okay, let me show you something else. Over here, I have a container with one image. I click on the image and I want to add some people from my team. I go to Web Design, Team, Command A. And let me add one over here. What I want to do, I want to show a few people next to each other. But if I duplicate this, they're below each other. How come? Over here. They're below each other. So if I say horizontal, then they're next to each other. But I can do this unlimited times and they will all stick in the same row. Why? Because here at the container, if I take a look at the wrap, there is no wrap. By default, this is selected. So if I select this, nothing will change. But I can also make it wrap. What does it do? When I say wrap, all the elements will stretch out as far as possible and everything next to that element will be pushed down. That's why they're all below each other. So if I turn this off, it looks like that. So if I go for a new element, heading, and I say our team, it doesn't look very nice. So what I want to have our team, below that 3 pictures and below that 3 pictures. How can I do that? Well, click over here, scroll down. I want to turn on the wrap. And as you see, this is not 100% in width. So why will this be pushed below? Because this wants to be at 100%. This area after our team is maybe only 90%. That's why it goes to the next row. So if I click over here on this image and I go to advanced width and I change it from default to custom, and in percentage I say 30%, now it's over here. If I duplicate it, it will be here. If I duplicate it again, it does not fit because 30 plus 30 plus 30% plus this, and the gaps is more than 100%, so it will be pushed. So if I want to have my team, I can duplicate it like that. But that just looks weird. So what I can do, instead of using multiple containers, I click over here. I still use the wrap function. I click on our team. I go to advanced and I say the width should be 100%. What will do, it will push those 2 pictures to the next row. So I say full width and now it pushes it to the next row. So automatically, let me remove this. So automatically, since this is all 30% and there's a gap of 30 pixels, everything that I create over here, well, that will go to the next line. 2, 3, and the 4th one will go to the next line. Perfect. The only thing is, when I add another image over here, let me get rid of this one. It's not aligning. And that's what I want. I want everything to be pixel perfect. So how can I fix that? Well, I can go to the container and I can say, you know what? Justify the content in the center. And now it's all centered, but it's still not aligning. Well, what I can do now, first of all, I can click over here, go to the style, bring it to the center. I can click over here, advanced, and I can increase this to 33%. Then I say right mouse click, copy, paste the style, paste the style. But now this is going to the next row. Why? Because 33% plus 33% plus 33% plus the gaps is more than 100%. So how can I make sure that without using multiple containers, this will all fit? Let me show you. I click over here. I bring this down to 30%, copy it, paste it, and paste it. But now it's not aligning perfectly. So what I can do now, I can click over here. The total of them all is 90% plus those gaps. But now I can say expand or grow. So I go to advanced of this image, size, grow. And now it will grow as much as possible, pushing the other images away until the total is 100%. So now, if I get rid of all these images, as you see, it starts over here and it ends here. That's perfect. The only thing is this image is bigger than the other two. So I need to do the same over here. Click, advanced, grow, click, advanced, grow. And now we have set it up in a way, it doesn't matter how many images you add, they will always have a total of 100%. While maintaining the 1120 pixels perfectly. Even though this is in percentage and this is in pixels, this is in percentage, this is in pixels. So in that way, with the wrapping function and the grow function, you can work pixel perfect, even though you're making use of percentage. What if I do want to have 4 images in a row? Then I can click over here. How I do this, 4 images, a total of 100% divided by 4 is 25. If I all make them 25, then because the extra space over here will make it go over 100%, so I can only have 3 in a row. So if I add the 4th one, it will not go over here. So what I need to do, I need to be below 25. So let's say 20. Copy, paste, paste, and paste. And now I have 4 columns with a width gap of 30 pixels, and they're all in the same place. So one more time, if I duplicate it, it goes to the next row. So if I would say 100 divided by 5 is 20, let's go below that, 18, copy, paste a style, paste a style, paste a style. And it can be that it will not fit. So paste a style, it does not fit. So what I need to do, just sit a bit lower. 17. Copy, paste a style, paste a style, paste a style, and paste a style. And that is how you can work with the wrapping function. I really like this. It gives me the freedom to work with a percentage, and I take a look at the container with a gap in pixels. So pixels and percentages combined using the wrap and the grow function will help you to create pixel perfect designs. So if we wrap it up, we have content width. Right now it's boxed. I can also make it full width. If I make it smaller, it's completely from the left to the right. I prefer boxed. We can change the width, make it smaller. If we do nothing, it will automatically be the site default. We can change the minimum height. We can change direction next to each other or below each other. We can justify the content to the left, the center, the right, or space between, and I never use those. And we can align them. So if I would have a high container, I can align them to the top, to the center, to the bottom, or stretch them. We spoke about the column gaps. By default, we said it is 30 per column and per row, so on top of each other. And then we have the wrap function. Without the wrap, everything is next to each other, squeezed, so it fits in one row. If you say wrap, you can use the advanced width. You can use the grow function and the percentage in order to create the result you have in mind. So let me close this and close this. And then it's time to start building our website. Ladies and gentlemen, I bought Ferdy.com. My name is Ferdy. My last name is Korpershoek, which is hard to pronounce in English. So I changed my YouTube name. I changed my domain. So in this tutorial, I was working on Ferdinandkorper.com, and I will change that to Ferdy.com. And from now on, I will continue to make my own website using Elementor Pro. I will take you with me on a journey and show you a real life example of what is possible when you make websites using Elementor Pro. So I hope you're not overwhelmed by the switch. We just go from Ferdinand Korper to Ferdy.com. So let's continue. So up until this point in the tutorial, I used ferdykorper.com as my website. Now I will use ferdy.com, and I changed a few things and I want to show you the changes. So what I've done, I've changed a few colors. So if I go to the site settings, global colors, they are slightly different. So orange, blue, and light purple and white. I changed the global fonts. So if I go back and I go to global fonts, My font is now Adobe Clean. I downloaded it from Adobe website, then imported it in the same way I imported the Google font before in the tutorial. And if I go back and I go to the typography, I also changed the headings over here. So heading 1 is really big. It's 80 with Adobe Clean. Black, which means really bold, uppercase. So that's the reason why over here at the global colors, I see those big titles. And 2 other things I changed. If I go back over here, exit to WordPress, I see a new fave icon. And if I go to the customizer and I go to site identity, I have a new logo. Everything else is the same. So I go back to Elementor and I'm gonna create this website using Elementor Pro. So we're finally to the point where we're gonna create content for our website. Well, I will show you how to create the website for Ferdy.com, but you can be free to use the principles I teach you and then give it your own spin. So you don't have to follow along to do exactly what I do, but it's totally up to you. You can follow me along and then after that start to create your own website, or you decide to use the principles and then use your own colors, use your own positions and stuff. So it's totally up to you. And I wish you the best of luck in creating content for your website. So since we're getting started, don't take this lightly. Don't think like, okay, I'm just gonna create something and then the clients will come. So I'll drag a heading over here and I say, welcome to this website. Feel free to browse through this page. No, it doesn't work like that. We need to have a really clear goal in mind about what we want the visitor to see and to do. Welcome to this website is so 1998. We don't do that anymore. So I get rid of this. What I can do, what I almost always do, to be honest, not to steal things, but to get inspired, I go to websites from competitors. So if I have a web design agency, I search for web design or digital marketing agency. I already searched in Sydney. Let's go for Phoenix. I can go to the ads. Then I know that those websites are probably really converting. And then I can get inspired about the heading, about the information. So that's one way to display the content on your website. So again, let's go to digital marketing agency Phoenix. I skip the ads out of respect for the people that place the advertisements there. And then I hold Command, click, 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 and click. And then I say Control Tab. Okay, power websites, rank in Yahoo. It's an image. That's the first thing I think, okay, that's not good. You should not have an image over here, but text like this. We build brands, a big title. We build brands. Awesome. This is also what I want to implement in my website. Google reviews. They are really important, or they can help you to be found better in the search results. You can implement that. 2 call to actions. Also big title. Big title. Bad image. Bad image. Oh, I don't like that. Ugh. Why? Oh. Okay. A lot of text. A big heading. I personally don't like it, but hey, if it's converting, it's good. So what I will do, I want to be really clear on my website, Ferdy.com, what I offer. What do I offer? Well, you're watching it right now. I teach people how to make their own website using WordPress. And I want to show my face because I'm the face of Ferdy.com. It's my first name. I'm really happy with this domain. It cost me $223 million. No, that's not true. But it was a lot of money. But I'm happy that I have the domain. So what I will do, you already heard about the basics in this tutorial. Now I click on the X here. I want to start over again with a flex box. And I want to have 2 areas. A left area with information about what I do and what I've already accomplished. And then at the right, I want to have an image of myself. So I click on that. Now I click on the plus and then I go to all the elements over here. I can also click over here. Then I go to all the elements or widgets. What I want to add first is a heading. So here at the basic area, I drag a heading over here. By default, it already has this style because over here at the site settings At typography, I said that a heading 2 should have this color, this typography, which is 60 pixels, which is quite big. And then I can overwrite that over here if I want to. So the first thing I want to do, I want to make this a heading 1. You can have only one heading 1 in your website, not in your website, but per page. So for the home page, it's this one, and it needs to have some keywords in it. Well, I want to say, learn how to make a website using, not suing, but using WordPress. I don't want to sue WordPress. They sued me once because I had a website, WordPress.com. No, they did not sue me, but it's not allowed to have WordPress in your domain name. And I started this channel with WordPressking.com. So I changed it to Ferdy Korpershoek, but people have having a hard time pronouncing my last name. Learn how to make a website using WordPress. Perfect. Then I click on the plus. What else do I want to add over here? Well, I want to sum up a few things about what I've accomplished. So in order to do that, I search for a list. If I cannot find it, I just type over here, list, and there it is, an icon list. I drag it here below. Before I start to fill that in, I click on the plus again because I want to have a call to action button. I drag it over here. Awesome. And then here at the right, I click on the plus. I search for an image. I drag it here. I click over here. I click on upload files, select files, and I want to go for an image from myself. This one. Wow. Open. Ferdy, I copy the title. I paste the title in the alt text and I paste the title in the description. That's how I roll. If I click on publish, I can see the result. Learn how to make a website using WordPress. Well, the title's clear. I don't like how it's looking. You can do two things. You can do a lot of things, but you can have a light background and dark text, or you can have a colored background and light text. Well, it's up to you what you choose. I will show you both versions. So over here, I'm okay with this for now. I will change this later. I think it's a bit big. Over here, I want to change the content. So I click on it. Remember, content, style, advanced. So if I want to change the content, I click over here. I want to remove all the other items. I only want to display the first one. Then I click over here. And at the text, I say 1 million plus subscribers on YouTube. Now I can duplicate it and then I already have the check over here. I click on it and I change the information. 200 plus hours of WordPress tutorials. I want to be found on WordPress tutorials. If people search for WordPress tutorial, there are a few sponsored results. There are videos. I want to be here because then you get a lot of views. More videos. I'm not even there. That's why I only have 1 million subscribers and not 3 million subscribers. Learn WordPress, WordPress.com. So I want to be found here. So in order to do that, I want to use the word WordPress in my website now and then. Okay, duplicate it. And then the third one, I make free pre-made websites. Awesome. Then I go to the style and I can have space between. I can increase it. I can have a different alignment. Align it at the left. I can have a divider in between. I don't want that. Then we go to the icon. First of all, I want to change the color to my primary color, which is orange. I want to increase the size of the icon 20. The gap between the icon and the text, it's fine with me. I can change it. I can also get rid of it. Then I close this and I go to the text. I go for typography. Let's say weight bold. And I can make it bigger. So how about 18? Something like that. Awesome. Then I go to the third area, click here. When I hover over it, it looks weird. Why? Because I have to adjust that in the settings. Because if I go to the site settings and I go to buttons, if I go to hover, I need to add the color white over here. So when I hover over it, yes, it still is white for every button I will add to the website. So the only thing I have to do over here click and change the content because I already adjusted the style. So I say get started. So I can have a page get started. I think I don't have that yet. So I just say get dash started and then I need to create that page later, or I say hashtag. I'll do this later. Publish. I can have an icon if I want to. So icon library, arrow, or something like this. Get started. When I hover over it, nothing happens, but let's see if I go to the style, button, normal, hover, I can have a transition, shrink. For now, I'm okay. Changing the color is enough for me. We're going to talk about how you can customize the hover animation. Right now, it's okay. Publish. Automatically, I see the result. So you can create something like this. What I want to do, for the sake of the tutorial, I want to have a new area over here. Flexbox, arrow down. What I want to do, I want to add an image over here with nothing in it, but then I see the width of the website because we have no header yet. And then also over here, I want to make this a little bit darker so we can see when it ends, when this section or container ends. So, okay, I see the width is aligning beautifully also over here, but there's so much more we can do over here. But now we see the difference in colors, so we see where this ends, and I see that I'm floating. I don't want that. So how can we fix a few things? First, I want to make sure that I'm not floating anymore. So what I can do, I can click over here, go to advanced, and at padding, I uncheck this. Then I go to, let me see, go to the structure. What I see over here. So this is the temp container, this one. So we can remove this later. Let me drag it over here. Here is the container. I call this the hero light. And if I open this, I have two containers. Information and an image. Well, in that image container, I have an image, but I don't need to have a container to contain my image. So I can drag this one on top. So now I have a container, an image and a container. So let me get rid of the container over here. So now I have a container called hero light. Then I have in that container, one container at the left with 3 elements in it. And then at the right, I have the image, which is not a container. So how can I make this look better? Let me show you. But the first thing I already did is there's no more space over here. So I'm not floating anymore. So that's what I wanted. But what I actually want to do, I want to make this image a bit smaller. And I want this text to be a lot longer, maybe until here. How can I do that? I can go to the information container. I go to layout and I want to increase the width. Right now it's 50%. I can increase it like that. And you'll see that now I have a bit more text. But this image becomes smaller. Now it's going up. How can I bring this down again? I click over here. I go to advanced. And then here at align self, I say end. So it goes down again. And if I take a look at the result, this is a bit longer. I want it to be even longer. How can I do that? Because I'm already at 100%. Well, there is a trick. Normally, look at this. Normally, this word would never go over this line because over here starts a new element. So how can I make sure that there is a little bit of overlap? Well, there's a trick for that. By the way, there are so many different things you can do in order to get the same results. So this is how I would do this. In order to shift myself more to the left and make this text longer, I have a trick. Important for me is that the right of this image, this right area, is aligning with this area and that the left area here is aligning with the left area. So I'm going to do a trick. Let me show you what I'm going to do. I bring this back to 70%. what I want to do now, I want to click over here. Then I go to layout. So of the container, let me show you the hero light. Normally the width is 1120. So what I will do, I will increase it with 200 pixels. So I will make it 1320. So now if I publish this, look at this. Now, here is the left edge of our website. Here's the right edge. And this one is over it with 100 pixels. And this one is over it with 100 pixels. And now I want to bring them back together. How can I do that? Well, first I go to the container, the information container, this area over here. I go to advanced, close layout. Then I go to transform, normal, offset. I click on it. And then I say offset X 100, not 3100, 100. I do the same with the image, this one, advanced, close this, go to transform, offset, but this time on the X minus 100. So I said to Elementor that the width should be 200 pixels wider, but then I shifted this 100 pixels to the right and this to the left, and now we see the overlap. So websites is, take a look at this imaginary vertical ruler, it's crossing that area. And that's exactly what I want. And it's still between the 1120 pixels. So that's how you can work around things. And now I'm going to fine tune it because this is not what I want. I get rid of this. So now over here, I go to, let me see, I go to the container, layout. Let's increase it a bit more. Let's say 80. Let's see if something changed over here. Yes, now I have learned how to make a website using WordPress. This is how I want to display this. I think my image can be a bit smaller. So since I'm here at 80%, it's okay for me to go to advanced of this image. And then let me see the width, custom, percentage, change it a bit. Like this. I really like it. Okay. So I'm happy with this. Click on the eye. Learn how to make a website using WordPress. Okay, I need to increase this a bit more. Yeah, better. So this is one way of creating this. What I also can do, I can duplicate it. Now I'm going to do it the other way around. I click over here. I go to the style. I go to gradient and I can choose the light purple color. And also here, I choose the light purple color. Then I go to the first one and I make it a lot lighter like that. And now I can play around with this. First, this is linear. I can change the angle. I can change the location, make it something like this. But what I prefer to do, I like to change the type to radial. So there's a nice light area. I can also go to the position and say it should not be in the center, but at the bottom right, like that. But it's a big area. So what I prefer to do with location, I can increase it. Well, not too much. I prefer to increase the dark area. So I bring this to the left. So there's a small area over here with a highlight. And if I publish it, it looks like that. Well, other things need to be adjusted. So over here, I go to style, text color, and I change it to white. Also over here, the text, click on it, style, text, white. So you can have something like this or something like this. It's almost the opposite. And I prefer this one. So I go with this one, but there's something I want to do. I am not a CSS guru. CSS means cascading style sheets. It's something you used a lot when we were still in the time of creating websites with HTML and CSS and PHP. I did it in 1999. Now we use WordPress, but we still can use custom CSS and in that way tweak some things in our website. So I will show you how I will use custom CSS for my new website to add a style that's normally not possible to make with Elementor Pro. First, click on the image, and instead of going to advanced and change the custom width over here, I want to go to the style, go to pixels, and change the width over there. So this will not be touched, but this can be made a bit smaller. Like that. I always want to check how it will look, or by clicking here. Or by clicking here. So you see the difference here. This is the bigger image. Here it is a bit smaller. Okay, what I want to do over here, I want to have a background. So I can go to advanced of the heading, close layout, go to background, and then background type. I choose the secondary color like that, but then it's also covering this area. I don't want that. So I get rid of this like that. Well, in order to do that, I need to use CSS. CSS is cascading style sheets. I did my last course for CSS in 2007. That's from 17 years ago. So I don't know that much about it anymore. But what I do know is that you can be helped by ChatGPT. I have the free version of ChatGPT. So what I can do, I can go to chat.openai and I will show you what I've done. And then I will show you how I will do it again. Over here, this is what I searched today. I searched, give me a CSS code for H2 titles and Elementor that need to have a colored background, and that background need to have a border radius of 20 pixels. So I did that, and then I asked, but it needs to be around the text, not around the whole element. So then I got this code. So what I can do, I can just ask, give me a CSS code for Elementor that gives my H1 title a darker background only around the text, not around the whole element. Let's see what it comes up with. Okay, so now I can grab this whole area. I can click over here. What I prefer to do, this is, if you take a look here at content, H1. So now I can click over here, site settings. I prefer to keep all my CSS code at one place. So I scroll down at the site settings and I go to custom CSS. And I paste it. And now something happens. Well, also a few things I don't like. So I want to get rid of all the purple text and I will explain a bit what is going on. So the background color is black, but then 50% of it. Well, I like that actually, so I leave that. There's a padding. There's a border radius. I can increase it and then show you what is happening. But it's not, since it's one line, it's not working like this. So I get rid of the border radius. The color of the text is white. I already have that, so I get rid of that. So what is happening here, display is in line. What I want to do now, I want to change the padding. So if I would say 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels, and 0 pixels, it's top, right, under, left. So if I would say 0 everywhere, it looks like this. I can also say 10, but then there's a lot of space over here. So, you know what? In order for the purpose of the tutorial, I say hashtag 000. So now the background is black. Then I click on Save Changes, close this, click over here, go to Style, Typography, and I want to increase the line height. I want to increase it even more, so I say 110. Okay, so I see this is what I want to have. But then there's something with the spacing. Here's less space than here. So how can I fix that? I go back to the site settings, to custom CSS, and then let's play around. So at the top, troll, you know, T-R-O-L, troll, top, right, under, left. Top, I need nothing because there's a lot already. Let's go to under, let's say 10. Okay, and then left, let's say 10, and right, let's say 10. And right and left can be 15. T-R-O-L. So right and left 15, top 0 and below like that. Okay, save the changes. And sometimes making websites is solving problems. So I solved this, but now there's a new problem. There's no gap. So I close this. I click over here. I go to the typography and I change this to 120. Okay. But again, it's solving problems. So here, there's a nice space. But because it's one sentence, I can make 3 different headings, but that's making a mess of the code. So I say one heading, heading 1. How can I increase space over here? I click over here. I go to content. And then I go again, CSS space code. It's this. So you can add a space manually. So learn how to, I paste the code. So there's a space. Now I need to go to a new line. So I say opening BR space / closing. But now I need to have a space over here again. So I paste it again. And then I need to get rid of the other space. Make a website. I paste it. So let me paste this whole thing from 2 to make. I'm sorry if I make it too complicated just to get this background. Using WordPress. Okay, so far almost so good. Now there's a new problem. So I go over here. Increase it a bit more. 83%. Refresh. Learn how to make a website using WordPress. Well, I think it's way too big. So I go over here to the text style. Let's say 80. Decrease it. Well, I think it's great. Maybe change the color. So if I go to the colors, I would like to have the secondary color. Copy that, close it. Go back to the CSS settings. And then I paste the color here. Learn how to make a website. That's looking better already, less aggressive. Save the changes. So I get rid of this area, closing this. Okay, publish. Learn how to make a website using WordPress. 1 million subscribers on YouTube, more than 200 hours of WordPress tutorials, free pre-made websites in this area. And now I think Ferdy can be a bit bigger. So I go to the image style. If I get rid of it, let's see how big I am. And I'm happy with the result. So it took some while. I have to be honest, we're diving deep at once with all this background stuff, which is not necessary, but I just want to show you exactly how I have my website in mind. So I also want to show you the difficult or complicated stuff. And if you want to create something else, you can duplicate it. You can say, we make websites that generate new clients. Then I go to the style, to the text. We make websites that generate new clients. Then I can go to the do it like that. I can say digital marketing and change all the content and then get started or get a quote. So that's what you can do. And then here you can upload an image I don't know, you can get rid of the image over here. I can click over here, go to style, background overlay. I used this image, select. I can make it fully opaque. We make websites that generate new clients. So you can play around with all these settings. And in that way, in a few clicks, you can change the look of view, change the content. So you can make it look as you want it to look with the information you want to display on your website. I'm happy with this. Did you know that more than 50% of the visitors of your website are probably seeing your website on a smartphone? A lot of people are watching things on smartphones, so it's important to optimize your website for all devices. It's great if it looks awesome on a desktop computer, but it needs also be optimized for all devices. By default, Elementor Pro is doing a great job with that, but we need to tweak a few things in order to make it better. So let me show you how to do that. And what I prefer to do, after every container I make, I prefer to optimize it. So it's not like I want to create my whole homepage and then optimize it, because sometimes I want to copy certain things, paste it somewhere else in the website and adjust it. And if then I have to redo all the optimization for other devices, then it will take me extra time. So after every container I create, I optimize it for all devices so I can copy and paste it. So let me show you how to optimize your website for all devices. Now we need to optimize it for all devices. How can we optimize it for all devices? Let me close this. First, we want to take a look how it looks. And I think it will look a little bit messy because we played around with this advanced CSS stuff. So I click over here to go to the tablet view. And we also played around with those shifting settings, remember? So over here, edit containers, I go to layout. See, the width is still really big. Let's not change this, but what I want to do, I want to go over here. So to the information container, go to advanced, close the layout, go to transform. And over here at offset, it's still using that offset. So when you go to the tablet view, it automatically takes all the information from the desktop. So also the font size 80. And then we can override it, overrule it with all the settings in the tablet view. And wherever you can change something for a different device is where you will see this icon. So by default, it says 100 because that's what we did on the desktop. It's a little bit grayish because it's not a definite number, but it's taking that number since we did not change anything. But I can overrule that by creating a new value over here, which is 0. The same is with the image. Advanced, transform. I will override this, overrule this with 0. And then of course I need to go to the heading. I can do that over here or over here. Go to the style, typography, and then again I see the size for a tablet can be made smaller. It's 80, but I can make it way smaller. And I want to have 3 rows. Learn how to make a website using WordPress. So let's go for 40. And then here, the line height. I can definitely make that smaller. And then it starts to look decent. Don't you think? I think so. Let's see if I can play around with the size over here. So there's advanced, custom width. Let me see if I can increase it without messing around too much with other stuff. Okay. Publish. Learn how to make a website using WordPress. I can also make this smaller. Go over here. Layout. Increase it. It says in pixels. I prefer percentage. I can make my cell a bit bigger. So I say 60, then I go over here. Content, sorry, style. I should remember that I'm making a tutorial. I should not be too fast, so sorry. Decrease that. And now, well, maybe a bit bigger. 60 is, because now my face is really big, so I need to find a middle way. Okay, then I go to the tablet. learn how to make a website, make that smaller. Again, those 3 rows is what I want. Make use of all the space, not too much. And then I want to go to the line height. Learn how to make a website, this information. And what I can do now, I can click on the image and then I can go to padding. Let's first make this smaller. Okay, that's what we can do. Or I leave this as it is. Or I can go to the margin, uncheck this, margin top. So with margin, I can create space, but I can also have negative space. So I can bring this up. And the more I bring this up, the more I guess it will be interfering with the other content, which I don't want. But the great thing is it's also bringing this up. So it's not leaving any space. So this is what people see on a mobile. Maybe that's not what I want, because I also want to display my content over here. So let's say -200. And if I go to the left and I increase that, then I shift myself, my image, to the right. And this can take a while. So meanwhile, I will watch a movie on the other computer. So I've been watching The Lord of the Rings and now I'm here at the right place. Well, you know what? I can bring this back a bit. That's the best option. So this is what people will see when they enter my website on a phone. Learn how to make a website using WordPress. So that's how you optimize it for all devices. This looks weird, but if I take a look over here, it looks perfectly fine. So right now I'm going to create a second container, and what I want to do in that, I want to show my visitors a little bit authority, a little bit of who I am. Like, hey, why should you do business with me? I want to show some credentials, some statistics, all with the goal, keep it in mind, what's the goal of the website, to get new clients. So I want to show people what I'm capable of, and I will do it in the scene or the niche of YouTube, creating content, but you can do it for your business. So think about a few things you can think of. Think about a few things you can think of that are unique selling points for you, and you can place them in the area we're about to create. And if you want to help, you can ask ChatGPT, like, hey, this is the business I work in. What could be a few unique selling points for me? How can I stand out from my competitors? So you can also use ChatGPT AI to get some better results, and then you can implement them in the next part we're about to create. If you can appreciate that I make this, then please like the video, or not. It's totally up to you. Or if you don't like the video, dislike it, because that will also help the algorithm, because then there's more engagement. And feel free to leave a comment if you want to let me know what you think of this. If you have some feedback, I'm open to it. And then I wish you the best of luck in continuing with this tutorial. Right now I want to create a second area here below with 3 things I want to say about me or about my company. So in your case, for your company, it can be 3 or 4 or 2 things that you're really proud of that makes you stand out from your competitors. And then you can create an area like this. I keep this over here, this image, for the width of the website as a reference. So I click on the plus below the first container. Now I can create a container in between the hero and the temp. By the way, the hero is not a light hero anymore. I collapse this. So again, click on the plus. I want to have 3 areas, but I want to start with 1. So I click on the flex box and I go for a container that goes from left to right. I click on the plus and I can go for an icon box, or I can go for a flip box. Since we use Elementor Pro, we have the flip box. It's a pro element. So the first thing I want to do, go to advanced, to the width, change it to custom, let's say 33%. And by default, this heading is really big, so that's why it looks so big and ugly, but I'm gonna make it look so much better. So I go to the content, that's what I like to do first. And I want to say something about the amount of videos I have on my YouTube channel. So I go for the title, which is 1500 plus. And then the description will be videos or videos. Then I go for the icon and I want to have a play button. Play. I think this one is great. There's no YouTube thing. Oh, there is. So I could do this one. But you know what? Let's keep it with a play button. Okay. Really ugly. I can go to the background and I want to make that white. So I go to background type. So in this case, it's not that all the styles are at the style tab. In this case, since we use a flip box, it also has the style over here. So now I don't see the colors anymore, the text. So I bring this back for now. I'll do this later. So that's okay. This, then at the back, I want to have some information about my company. No title tag. So I get rid of that. And I want to have a description about what I teach about. I teach people how to I can have a subscribe button over here, but I don't want that, so I get rid of it. Okay, the background can also be white. So now I need to go to the style. And let's see. The first thing, the icon. I can change the primary color. Let's make it orange. Okay. Then I like this color already. That's there. Then I scroll down all the way. So here at description, I want to change the color to the text color. And now I can go back to the content background and make it white. Okay. I go back to the style of the front. Padding, I uncheck it. The alignment is in the center. I want this to be in the middle. The border type, I can have a border over here. But I don't need that right now. I can go to the icon spacing. I don't want to have too much space. Primary color is okay. The icon size, not too big. Let's say 40. I can rotate it if I want to. I don't want that. Then there's the title. I don't want to have a lot of spacing. I want everything to be close to each other. The text color is great. The typography, it can be smaller, but more bold. So let's say 30. Weight, black, like that. And then videos, the text videos can also be bigger. 20, and maybe a little bit more spacing. Like that. And if I hover over it, I should see the text, but I don't see that. So I go to the style tab, back. And then I need to change the description color. That's the only one I have too. Text. And the great thing right now at the back, I only see information about the text stroke and the description. But if I would go to content, and I would go to the back and I say title. Now I go to the style, to the back. Now I also have information about the title. So based on what I fill in over here, in this case, title, information is shown here at the style. So that makes it so much easier to work with. It will not be too overwhelming with all the options you have over here. So let me publish it. Let's see. It looks really minimal. I think the text can be a bit bigger. So we can go to typography. Am I still at the right area? No. Back, description, typography, and then make it bigger. The great thing is when you edit things here at the style, depending on where you are, if you're at the front, you will see the front. And when you click on the back, then you see the back without hovering. So that makes it easier to work with. I want to say 20. And then I think, no, 18 is okay. Okay, well, a few things I want to do. I will give this a background for now. So I click on the container, style, just a simple color, just for the sake of the seeing what we are doing. So I can click on the element, go to content, and then there's a third option, settings. It's an H3, the title, that's okay with me. I can change the height. So how about 140? Let's see how this will look. I think that's perfect. There's a border radius. So if I would say 20, that's the one I like. It looks like this. Publish. I can show it like this. It's called a flip box, but I can also change the flip effect to slide or push. Well, I like slide. I want to get rid of the background of the container. I call this container 3 unique selling points, USPs. So I can navigate through it. I go to the style, the background color. I bring it back to nothing. Then I go to advanced. I uncheck the padding. So now there's no padding outside of this area or inside this area. So I click over here. I go to advanced. I uncheck the margin and now I bring this back in minus. So I want to have an overlap over here. So right now it will look a little bit weird, but we'll fix it. We're going to do some math. So what I want to do, I want 50% of this title of this area to be in overlap with the first container. So let's say minus 60. Publish. Don't think about this. We'll fix this later. I think this is perfect. But what I want to do, I want to have a shadow, a box shadow. So right now I have this border radius here at content settings, border radius. But what happens if I go to advanced and I go to border, and here I want to have a box shadow. Look at this. That shadow is only over the element. It's not taking the border with it. So that's a weird, it looks weird. So I don't want that. How can I fix that? Well, let me go over here to the flipbox content settings, get rid of the border radius here. Then I go to advanced border. What I need to do, I need to create a border in order to get a border radius. Because if I would say border radius right now, 50 or 40, and it's automatically refreshed, I don't see, the shadow is looking weird now and there's no border. So what I need to do in order to fix this, first, let me click over here on the container, advanced, and at the bottom increases with 60. So I see what's happening below the element. It's just looking weird. So what I need to do, element, advanced, border. The border radius is over the border, but there's no border yet. So what I need to do, I need to create a border, solid. And now I can have a border radius. So if the border width is 20, now I can have a border radius over the border. So I also should say 20 over here. And this is how I roll. I figure things out. Sometimes I'm working in a way that's maybe not the best way, but as long as it's working for me, I'm happy. So I try to work with the content settings over here with the radius. I found out it's not working with the shadow. I do want to have a shadow. So I get rid of this. I go to advanced and then I play around with the border. And that's then how it works. The only thing is I want to change this border, of course, to, let's see, I want it to be 20. So I want to change the color to white. So it looks the same. Publish. So now this is how it works. I really like it. So what I want to do now, click over here, go to advanced layout, and I get rid of the custom width. So I get rid of it. Then I go back to default. Now I want to have 3 areas of those next to each other. Copy, copy. So I duplicate it twice. And since I'm duplicating it, and by default, I can have as much as I want, by the way. So I can duplicate it, duplicate it, duplicate it. It will all be within one row. Doesn't matter how much I'm creating. That's because if I take a look at the container layout, I'm not making use of the wrapping, but I only want to use 3. So in this case, it's perfect to have no wrapping. Okay, some information. So the second area, I want to change the content. So I click on it, change the icon and content. So I want to talk about how much experience I have. Experience or medal. And then I can say 25 plus years. I made my first website in 1999. So it's exactly 25 years. How crazy is that? Front Page Express, my first website. Experience. And then of course I need to have a text over here. So I go to the back. And then the third one. Check mark is always working. Or in this case, I could say YouTube. And I can say more than 1 million subscribers. I think meanwhile it's 1.1. Okay, and then of course I can share things over here. I decided to start. So let's see how that will look. Automatically, it's over the whole width with a gap of 30 pixels. Information, information, information. The only thing is it doesn't look right over here. So in order to fix that, let me show you how you can do that. In order to fix this area over here, I click over here. I go to advanced and I see I have -60. So over here, what I could do, but I should not do, I can uncheck this and I say at the bottom I want to increase this with 60. But then I bring this back. I don't want to do that. So I could say over here with padding, I can do 60, but then I'm pushing myself back. So I'm floating again. So I don't want to do that. So in this case, I would go to this button or even better to this container. So it's the left information container, advanced. Uncheck this. And then at the bottom, I can increase this. And the great thing is that I'm still floating with it. So I can say 120. So I create twice as much space. Publish. So here it is 60. I'm fine with that. But I also need to have space over here. So at the top, I also say 60. Refresh. Learn how to make a website using WordPress. And when people see something like this, they're like, hey, what else is here? So they can scroll down. Okay, but then there's this gap. How can I fix that? Let me see. I go to the image. I uncheck the margin. And at the bottom, I can decrease it. Okay. Then of course I need to check how it looks on a different device. Here it's looking okay. So what I've done here at the hero, I changed a few settings. So I need to bring those back. I set 0. So for the padding of the tablet, I would say 45 everywhere. Not 155, but 45. Except the bottom. And then for the smartphone, I should say, let's start with 0. And I think let's see, 30 is okay. Uncheck it because here at the bottom, I don't want to have 30. Well, this looks really weird. That's why we're also going to fix that for the smartphone. Let's first go over here. Then I go to 3 unique selling points. I select it. Then I go to the tablet version. It can look weird, but I know that on a tablet, it will look great. Let me show you in a minute. On a smartphone, however, this is not how I want it to be displayed. So what I will do, I will go to layout. For the direction of the smartphone, I want it to be vertical. And also here, smartphone, let's increase this to 30. And then here at the top, I can say 0. So for the smartphone, I don't use the overlap. one more thing I need to do over here at the tablet. 3 unique selling points. At the padding, I would like to say 45. Publish. Make it smaller. So now it's looking okay. I can bring it up a bit more. So not everywhere, sorry. Only the top, 0, 0, 0. I can say minus 60 and then increase it a bit further. 120. And that's how you do it. It's refreshed already, so I can make it smaller for the tablet. And if this is not working, I can make the text smaller. But okay, let me take a look at this. This is important. Because if you already see this text, that just looks weird. By the way, that's why I know why that happened. That I did not see this before. Why didn't you tell me? No, just kidding. I made an error over here. I went to the front area. I need to remove this. Then I go to the back and there I need to paste it. Over here, front. Subscribers. Okay, let's take no risk over here. What I want to do. Click over here, go to the layout, and for a tablet, it's better to place them below each other. Go to the advanced area, bring this back to minus nothing, or not, minus 60. Just play around with it. You can also leave it there. And it looks like that. So 2 areas. I think it looks great. Right now we're going to talk about one of my favorite features, that is wrapping and not wrapping a car, no, wrapping in Elementor and growing. I love to grow, to have more subscribers, more views, more sales, become a better person, grow my muscles, not grow my fat. I love growth. Why I'm saying this, I don't know, because the growth I'm talking about is now totally web design related, not about how to become a better person. But I just want to say that I really like this feature, and this gives me, I don't know, it makes me happy when I make websites and I've learned something like this. I'm like, oh, I love this. So I'm looking forward to teach you how to work with wrapping and with growth. And that way you can have pixel perfect web designs. Let me show you how that works with wrapping and growing. Are you ready for the next area in your website? In my case, I teach people how to make a website. So I want to show something about the service I offer. Let me go to the big screen. I don't need this anymore, the temp. So I say thank you, bye-bye. I want to create a new area showing some services. So I click on the plus, I go for the flexbox. And what I want to teach you in this area of the tutorial is how to make your website as light as possible. I don't want to have unnecessary codes. So what I could do, let me show you real quick. I can have this area. Then I want to go for a heading. Below that, I want to go for a text. And I want to have a divider. So like that, you don't have to follow along with this. Then I could have a new container here below. In that container, I want to have 3 new containers. So I click over here, arrow right, and then duplicate. So this is actually what I want to create. A heading, a text, and then talk about a few services. But I have a container. In that container, I have another container and another container. So it's a lot of containers, and there's a way we can do this without making your website unnecessarily heavy. So let me show you how I would do this, and meanwhile, you will learn a new thing. So start from scratch. I click on the plus, I go for the flexbox and the arrow down. So I have one container with all the elements below each other. I double click over here. I call this one start learning now, because I want to help people how they can start learning by 2 services. Let's talk about it in a minute. The first thing I want to do, I want to add the header, the heading, and I say start learning now. Somehow this title is in a color I don't want. So what I will do in order to save time, every time I create a heading 2, I want there to be a different color and I want it to be in capitals. So I go to the site settings, I go to typography. What I see over here, H2, is this color. I don't want that. So I click on the global color and I go for light purple. Yes. And then at typography, I say transform to uppercase. Yes. Now, if I add a new heading, bam, at once, it is exactly how I want. And in that way, we can save time. That makes me excited because I like to save time. Because if I save time, I have more time to create more tutorials. How cool is that? Depends on how cool you think this tutorial is. If you think this tutorial is cool or nice or helpful in any way, maybe not in the way of learning websites, but maybe you like to hear my voice. And in that way, I can help you. Maybe I should talk like this more with an in-depth voice. Well, I get distracted a bit, but if you like this tutorial, please would you like to like this video by clicking on the thumbs up below the video or next to the video. I don't know, depending on the device you look at it. What am I saying? Please like the video. Let's continue. What I want to do, I go to the style, bring it to the center. That's it. I click on the plus because I go for a new element for the divider. How I prefer to work, if I know the titles, I just say divider. I search here and then it is there and I can select it. Okay, a solid color. I can also have all these cool things, something like that. Well, let's stick with this for now because I want to change the color. At style, color, primary color. I go back to content. I want to change it back to a solid. The width, I go for pixels. Let's say 300 pixels. I want it to be in the center. I can have something in between. So I can have a text saying divider or start learning now. But I prefer to have nothing. I can also have a heart because I have a heart passion for teaching, and then that heart could be this color. Wow. But I don't want that. I do want to have a thicker line. So I go to the style, the amount of pixels. How about 2? And the gap in between, nothing. Because by default, there's a gap of 30 pixels. As you see over here, gaps 30 pixels. So below that, I want to have a text area. So I drag the text editor here below. If I cannot see it, sometimes I don't see it, I drag it above. And then after that, I can drag it here below. If you don't use this, you can do that over here. Command Z. Okay, the text. I want it to be in the center. So I go to the style, center, and then I start typing. Awesome. But what I don't like, the width. I don't like to have text totally from the left to the right. So when I have a text like this, I go to advanced of this particular element and I go to the width and I change it to custom. And I like to use the amount of pixels, 600. But now it's not in the center. So I bring it to the center, or I go to the container, bring it in the center like that. So far, so good. But now it's getting a little bit tricky because I want to have 2 containers here below with 2 services. So I drag the container here below. Okay. But I want to have another container. So if I duplicate it, it's below each other, but I want it to be next to each other. So how can I do that? Well, I can't. I can. Okay, let me show you in a minute. First, let me work with this container. I change the content width to full width and then the percentage to 40. Okay. Now I want to go to the advanced area, get rid of the padding like that. And I want to have a background image. So I go to the style, classic image, upload files, select files, and I have 2 images over here. But there are 760 kilobytes. That's a lot. So what I will prefer to do, I like to go to tinypng.com to make images smaller. So I can drop my images here, or I can click on it and I grab 2 images, hold Shift, Ferdy tutorials and Ferdy courses. I always rename my images because I can also be found on those images when people search for those terms that I have in my title. There they go. They go from 760 to 126 kilobytes, which is a lot smaller. They go to my downloads. So now I can select files. I go to my downloads. I select those 2. Now they're a lot smaller. So that's how I prefer to keep my website light. First, I want to talk about tutorials. So my tutorials are on YouTube. That's why I have that YouTube button to show people that I have more than 1 million subscribers, which hopefully you're one of them. This looks a little bit weird. Let me get back to that later. I click on the plus. I want to go for a heading, and below that, I want to go for a button. Then I go to the container, to the background image, and I want it to be covering the image. Then I go to layout, and I go to the minimum height, and I increase that until that image starts moving. Although this is really high. So what I also can do, click on the container and I bring this to 30%. Then I make this smaller. And the height 450. Perfect. Here at the container layout, I want the direction to be everything below each other, but I want to justify the content at the end, at the bottom, like that. Then I click on this text, and over here I say tutorials. I make it H3, which has a different style. I go to the style, text color, white, and then this area, I change that to go to tutorials. And then the link is the tutorial page over here. Then I go to the advanced area and I want to increase the padding with, let's see. Wait, this is of the button. I want to do it at the container level. So 30 pixels. Awesome. The gap between things could be less. There's a lot of space in between. Let's say 10. Then I go to tutorials, make it a bit smaller. Really bold, like black bold. It can be a bit bigger, but I don't see the text that well because the background is not that dark. So what I like to do, I click on the container, go to the style. I already have this background over here with this beautiful person. He looks like me. It is not me. It is a picture of me. That was funny. Then I go to the background overlay and now I want to do something cool. I think it's cool. I go to the background type, which is a gradient. Then the first color is, let's go for the secondary color. And the secondary color, let's do the same color, secondary, but I only want to have the lower part to be this color. First, let me go to the opacity, make it 1. So now we don't see the background image, but for the first color, I go to the transparency bar here below and I drag it to the left. So now only the lower area has that background, but I want to play around with the location because actually I only want the lower part to be visible. So I have to play around with the location. So if I bring this down, then the background goes up. Okay. So I go to the location here and then I bring that down And now I start to see the result I have in mind. So now there's a nice gradient from here until 61%. So around this, here it stops around 61%. Let's make it 60. And maybe drag this up a bit. And maybe, well, play around with it until you're satisfied with it. I'm happy with this. Tutorials, okay. But I want to have two areas next to each other. So how can I do that? You think maybe I can duplicate it, but then it's below each other. So what I can do, I can create a new container. Drag it in there. And the other one also. And then, wait a minute. I can do that, but I don't want to do that. What I prefer, I go to this container. I go to the direction, I say from left to right. But now everything is next to each other. So I scroll down and I want to make use of the wrapping tool. But now it's a mess. How can we fix this mess? I click over here. I go to advanced. I change the width. Sorry, the width to full width. And it's still in the center. So now it's pushing everything else below. So now this is next to each other. So over here, I also say advanced with 100%. Then I go to this area, but now the custom width is already set. So how can I fix this? Well, I could say full width, and then I can play around with the padding. Well, I know that the whole width of the website is 1120. So I can go to the calculator, 1120 minus 600 is 520. Divided by 260. So what I can say over here at the padding, uncheck this, right I can say 260 and left I can say 260. And now the width of this area is 600 pixels and this is pushed below. If I click over here and I scroll down, I can justify the content in the center. Voila! This is what I have in mind. And now we only used one container. Well, of course, we used two containers over here, but we did not have to use an extra container. So in that way, I like to work with wrapping. And in the beginning, it can be like a bit complicated, but the more you play around with it and the more you watch my tutorials, the better you will become at it. So now it's a matter of copying and pasting. I already copied and pasted. Now I have to adjust it. So I click over here. I go to the style and grab the second image, which is about courses. So no more YouTube button here at the background, but now it's about courses. So over here, I say courses. Go to courses. And then over here, courses. Awesome. How does it look on a different device? Let's find out. That's what I thought. Over here, of course, we need to fix a few things. Because over here, I want to use 45 pixels everywhere. And over here, I can use a width in percentage of 45. Also here. I don't know, but I feel happy right now. Like, wow, it looks great. Only thing here. At the top, let's do this individually, 45 and 45. And at the top and at the bottom, nothing. Okay, and on a smartphone, start learning now. There needs to be no padding or everywhere the padding of 30. Or at the top, nothing. At the bottom, nothing. And then here we have tutorials and here we have courses, and that is how you can optimize it for all devices. Publish. Let's take a look. I love it. I hope you do too. One more thing. Over here I have edges. Over here it's rounded. I mean with edges, I mean rounded edges. So I want to have the same over here.
So I go to the container, I can go to style, and then border, and then I can say 20. Also here, style, border, 20. And in that way I can maintain the same style throughout my website. Let's talk about animations.
I really like animations. Sometimes I go to really big websites of big companies and then I see animations. So that gives me, that shows me that it's doable to do it because I want to learn from the best. And if there's a really big website with a big company and they do that, then I know it can be totally fine. Of course, we need caching and things to make keep our website up to speed. There are other tutorials about that, how to speed up your website when it's finished. So I will show you how you can create animations in your website. It can make your website super cool. It can also slow down your website a bit. That's why it's also important to use caching at the end of the tutorial when you finish your website. So let me show you how to implement animations in Elementor Pro.
Right now, our website is quite a bit static. So if I refresh the page, everything is there at once. But I would like to have some animations to make it more alive. So let me show you what you can do in Elementor. I go to the backend. I scroll up and I go to the upper container. Then I can go to the advanced tab. I close layout, or I scroll down and I go to motion effects. And there is entrance animation. So that means what animation should there be when you see this for the first time? So I can select something. I can say fade in and then it fade in. So right now I'm here at the container. So the container fades in. So if I publish it, you see it fades in. What I also can do, I can make it fade in slower, like that. Or I can delay it, so I can say after a half second, then this container will appear. See? So the website is loading and then it looks like that. Well, I think that's okay. Let's do after 1/10 of a second. So it has 1/10 to load and then this can all be displayed. But what you also can do, now everything appears, but I can also make entrance animations for every single element. So I go to the heading, advanced, close layout, go to motion effects, and then entrance animation, I say fade in from down. So it's not going down, it's not going to the left, it's coming from the left. So fade in from left, comes from the left, goes to the right. So let's say after a half second. Then I click over here, advanced, motion effects, entrance, fade in from the left after 3/4 of a second. So 750 milliseconds. And then this one, advanced, motion effects from the left after 1 second, 1000 milliseconds. Then I can click over here and I want that to appear also after 1 second. Fade in, up. So this time it's not coming from up, but it's going to up. So it's a little bit confusing. Down is going down, but left is not going left. So that's a little bit confusing. It's coming from the left, but I'm here to explain to you what is what. So when I say fade in up, it goes up. It doesn't come from up. But if I do that, let's take a look. Okay, that is okay. But what I prefer is fade in from the left. So fade in from right after 1100 seconds. So a little bit later is when the button appears. So it will look like this. Nice. Then I want to make this appear. How can I do that? I click on it, advanced, motion effects, fade in, up. After 1250 milliseconds, I mean, otherwise you have to wait for a long time. So it's actually 1.25 seconds. Also up after 1.5 seconds. And then the latest one, transform, sorry, motion effects, just kidding. Fade in, up after 1750 milliseconds. And then you get something like this. Actually, I want this to appear on the homepage. I know I zoomed in a little bit with my screen. I have a 4K screen. So normally you would see something like this. So I think that's okay. Yes, so I will keep it with that. But since I'm zoomed in, you don't see that at once. I can also make the text a bit smaller, but on a normal screen, you should be able to see this at once, this area over here. So when we scroll down, we can also make this animate. So this is all fine with me. Here I can say advanced layout, motion effects, entrance from the left. And then I can also have from the right. This time I want to have a small delay. So they do not appear at the same time, but there's a small delay. I think that looks better. So there's no delay because when I scroll down, you see it at once. Only the delay of
0.25 seconds.
And maybe it is better. What do you prefer? To have a slow duration. Slow. Let's see how that will look. Nice, nice, nice. I scroll down. Wow. No. I choose to be normal. I'm a very normal person. That's also what I want to reflect in the duration of my animation in the middle of my website. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam. You don't have to do this for your whole website. If you go to Tesla or Apple, you don't see that. But you see it at other websites. So it's up to you. I just want to show you that it is possible. I think it's nice to have some animations. And I also would like to have some interactions. When you hover somewhere or when you scroll, that's not as sticky as it is right now. So let me show you how you can accomplish that.
What I really don't like is when I'm on a website and I hover over an area and nothing happens. Like, hey, is this a button or not? So I want to work with animations or with hover animations. So when people hover over something, something happens so they know it's a link. So let me show you how you can do that.
In order to make my website more interactive, I go to the backend and I can select any element or container and make it interactive. So for instance, this button. In the case of a button, I can go to, let me see, the content or the style, go to hover and then create a transition. So with a button, that's the case, but with this, that style, it's not the case. But what I can do, I can go to an element, go to advanced, let's go to the button, to advanced. I close layout and then I can go to transform. I can, by default, make it look like this. Well, that's not what I have in mind. But if I go to hover and I go to rotate, I can rotate it. So when I hover over it, it rotates. In this case, it's rotating like this because it's taking the whole width of this element as a whole. So it's not doing this from the center. But what I can do, go to offset and say -10. And when I hover over it, there's an animation. I can also say 10. That's better in this case. Okay. So I can do a lot of things. I can do rotation, offset, scale, skew, flip horizontal, flip vertical. I almost always use rotate or offset. And then I can change the transition. So I can make it really slow. But I like the default one. So that's one thing you can do. Over here, I have an element. Transform. By default, it looks okay. I can rotate it a bit by default, but I'm okay with how it looks. So I bring this back, set it to default. But if I go to hover, I like to rotate it a bit. So let's say 2 degrees. And also here I can use the offset or a scale. This is making it smaller. So I can say 1.2, 1.1. Well, I think it's too much. So I can also say 1.05, but I prefer not to use this, only the rotation like that. I can copy the style and paste the style. The only thing is when I do that and I click on this button, that I also copied the transformation, the motion effect, this delay, which is normally 1500 in this case. So in this case, I try not to copy and paste it. So I go to the third one and I have to do it manually. So I go to hover, rotate 2. Publish. So now we have the animation in the beginning. And now if I hover over here, I have that animation, and when I hover over here, this happens. I like it. I can do the same here. Click on the container, transform, hover, rotate 1. Rotate 1. Sorry, not 3, 1. I scroll down. And also here, I can apply the same principle. Layout, transform, hover. Sorry, no rotation, I mean offset 10. And now I can copy this and paste the style. I did it at the wrong place. That sometimes happens. I just want to show you the honest journey. So I did it at the normal part. I want to do it at the hover part. So over here I say 10. The same I do with courses. Transform, nothing, and at hover 10. Publish. Great. But there's more we can do. I have this container with a style. What I can do, if I want to, I can go to hover and choose a different image. So this one, for instance. So now when I hover over it, it changes to this. You can change the transition duration. I change it to 1. By default, it's this one. Well, that's what you can do. I prefer not to do that. You can also go to the background overlay. And when I hover over it, I can change this. I already adjusted this a bit. So to a different color. And the opacity needs to be 1, like that. There's no transition, it's at once, so I don't like that. So let's get rid of that by clicking on it. And what I prefer is the CSS filters. So I can change the contrast or the saturation, change the hue. And what happens then? Only for the overlay, it changes a bit. I can change the duration to 1. Let's see how that will look. I scroll down when I hover over it. Well, it seems there's no transition. So I don't know what's going on over here. Maybe it's not applicable on the CSS, but only on the background type. So let's say I do secondary. Now it's 1. Yes. Okay, so that's how you can play around with it. Or you can have a different image. Change opacity. So in that way, you can also have a little bit of interaction when you hover over things. Well, I'm okay with the animation. I don't need to have the other stuff. So over here, I get rid of this. I click on it again. Transition is back to 0,3. And I leave it for what it is. But that's how you can create some interaction in your website. I like it. I hope you do too.
I want to create a new container and it's about me. Why is it so important to talk about myself? Well, actually it is because I want to sell myself. I want to sell my service and people want to know, hey, who is behind the service? So what I will do, I will show you how to create an area where you talk about yourself. And it's also good for the search results when you place some information about yourself. So I will show you right now how you can create that.
When it comes to SEO, it's not all about using the right keywords, using WordPress all the time. No, it's more than that. It is also important to have some information about yourself on your homepage and then refer to the About You or About Us page in your website. So the next area we'll create is an About Us page or About Us area. So I'm going to create a new container. And what I can do, I can create a dark container because we have a big light area again. But I can also continue with the light area. When you have a light area in your website, it looks clean. It gives some rest. So it's up to you. I decide to go for the light area, and then I will show you how I can make it a darker area. I want to go for 2 containers in one container. Then I always go to the inner containers, and there I say no padding. Also here, advanced, no padding. I want to start with an image over here. I can do it 2 ways. I can have an image in the background over here. So style, background type, image. Let me show you how that looks. I go for the family of Ferdy. I want to tell something about myself. Family. I should have done it in English. I accidentally did it in Dutch. So let me show you what I will do. Instead of thinking it's okay, I go to the desktop, change this to family because I'm focusing on my English audience. So I can delete this permanently. Now I go for family 30. I optimize the image already. Space, copy, paste it, and I paste it. And I select this image. Well, you don't see a lot about this image yet. It will come. Now, when I add a new heading, it's probably heading 2. So I don't have to style it. I just say about 30. Since over here, we adjusted the layout padding to 0, I want to bring it back to 30. Then I click on the plus. I go for the text editor. And here I'm just going to write something about myself. Like that. And then I want to have a call to action, which I can copy, duplicate, and then drag it down. If it's hard for you to do, Command I. You can also do that over here. So I can grab this button. If I click on it, I go there. I can drag it all the way here with ease. Now it's here below. So that's what I also like about the navigator. It's still called the navigator. No, it's a structure. Sometimes I have to get used when things get a different title. And now I need to bring it back below the heading. And now it's back. So let me close this. So I call this about 30. I have 2 containers. I go to the first container. I call this one family photo. It's empty because I'm only displaying background image. And here is about, or I say content 30. And then it has 3 things: a heading, text button, heading, text area, and a button. Publish, Command I. Okay. So over here, I can increase the space in between. So right now it's nothing. I can make it 30. And then there's a nice extra space. Then I go over here to the border and I say 20. There you go. And now I want to click over here, go to the style, background, and say display size cover. So now it displays or shows my family. If you talk about me, one of the first things I think about is my family. Family man. I like to be a father, married with Anna, 2 children. My wife prefers we do not show their faces. I totally agree because they're so handsome and good looking that people can get jealous and stuff. She looks like their mother. Yes, enough about that. Okay, so I think that was pretty easy to do. If I would use a dark area, I would duplicate it. So now I have 2 of those areas. Then I can take a look over here. Style, background, 17 and 50. What I would like is that you can only copy this area. That's not the case yet. I will suggest it as a function because then I can just only copy and paste the background without copying all that other stuff. So what I will do, click over here, go to the style, background, gradient. I go for the type linear. Then I go for the light purple color, I guess. And then the second color, sorry, the first one is that one. The second color is the light purple one. So click over here. Paste that color. The second one is the light purple one. This one was, I think, 17. And it just takes time, you know, to create all this stuff. So I'm okay with taking my time. I want to get in a rush, show you as fast as possible how everything is done, but it's just not how it works. I like to put some music on, bottom right, and then just enjoy making the website. I really like making websites. I hope you do too. I can go to the style, make it white, go over here, style, make it white. But I prefer, I think I just don't like it. So what I can do, I can click over here, or Command Z, click over here, container, go to the style, background type, color. I choose the white color. Then I go to the border and I say 20. And in that way, I can show this as a dark area or as a light area. Well, it's up to you. And since I copied it, it has that nice animation, but not the same info. So over here, text, just read more. And then over here, about Ferdy. Publish. So you know what? I will go with the dark area, so I get rid of this one. I like the spacing of 60 pixels here, 30 pixels. By the way, two things about this area. I used the container with the background image because then automatically the whole height of the image will be used. If this is bigger than this area, so if I get rid of this, let me see. Let me do it this way. If this is smaller, it will automatically adjust. So that's also what I like. And if it would not fit, or if I don't see the things I want to see over here, I can go to the background and change the position. So if I would say center, then we see more of my legs and stuff. I can also say top left. So I leave it at default, but that's how you can play around. So one more time, if I get rid of a lot of information over here, then it looks like this. And then over here, I can change the focus point. Or over here, I can change the minimum height. But then I can do something over here, or sorry, here, or maybe here. I go to layout and then bring it to the center. So that's how you can roll. Or if you don't want to have this whole area, you can click over here, go to layout. Right now it's stretched. If you say center, then it will look like this. And then if you change this, everything stays in the center. And if you're bored, you can do something like this, and it's kind of funny. It's really peaceful. I'll be back in an hour and then we will continue with the tutorial. It's now an hour later. I'm still having fun doing this. No. Let's bring everything back. Command Z. Let's see how far I can go back. After an hour, still everything is there. Okay. I publish it, and then we're going to take a look at a new area in our website.
Right now, I want to talk about creating custom fields. Well, there's a different tutorial about it because it can be a subject that's more than an hour and not everybody wants to learn that. So if you want to learn it, you can click over here, or I will show you right now where you can follow that. What I will do, I will create a static area to show my latest tutorials. And if you want to learn how to make that dynamic with custom fields, then I suggest you watch the tutorial, which I'm about to show you where you can watch that. So right now I will show you where you can learn how to do that.
I have courses and tutorials, and I want to show my latest tutorials. If I want to do that, I need to work with or blog posts or with something called tutorials. Well, I have a separate tutorial for that. I'm gonna make it. You can go to YouTube, search for Ferdy Korpershoek. Click over here. Go to playlists, and there I will have an Elementor Pro tutorials playlist, and there I'll talk about how you can make use of advanced custom fields, custom post types, and there we'll create blog pages with beautiful layouts made with Elementor. And then we can display them over here. So what I will do right now, I will just fill in some information, static information, not created for the blog post. So I'm not going to go to the plus and go for recent posts and then play around with this. I'm just going to create some static information. So I will fast forward. And then if you want to learn how to create an area like that using advanced custom fields, creating blog posts and stuff, then you can watch the tutorial in the playlist. I will also make sure it's visible over here when I publish it. So in that way, I don't make this tutorial more than 8 hours. People don't want to learn how to do this, don't have to skip this part. So I will build this and then I will be back with you. And then it will look like this. So if you want to learn how to create something like this later on, follow the tutorial over here or take a look in the description or go to my Elementor Pro playlist.
I like to work to play around with backgrounds so we can give our website a certain style. So let me show you what is possible with backgrounds in Elementor Pro.
Let's talk about backgrounds for a moment. Over here, I use the color purple and then a light area with a radial. But I can also do something over here to make it a little bit more sparkling. I don't know the right word. So what I can do while keeping the website lightweight is go over here, go to the style, background, and I can have a gradient. So I select the first color. So you definitely see where this gradient is applied. And if I create a different second one, I can have a gradient like that. But I can also change the angle. What I want to do, I want to have a slightly darker area in my background. So I want to have a radial. So it's a circle. And if you want to get rid of the nice, how do you say it? The nice feather, then you can bring this closer to each other. So you can have a circle like this. So let me bring the position to center or left, bottom left. I mean right. Okay, of course I'm going to change this color to something slightly different than white. I want to have it, I want it to be a bit bluish, but really close to white. Then the other color, I want it to be white. So you see now the edge, you see definitely a changing color. So now I'm going to bring this, let me see. Okay, now it is radial, but it's completely from here till here to the point that you will see an edge over here. I don't want that. So I want this area to be smaller. In order to do that, I need to go to the second color location, make it smaller. So to illustrate it better, let me make this color right now light purple. So now you see it a lot better. Publish. So you see no more line over here. So that's good, but I want to make it a smaller area. So this will make it bigger. I can do that for a part. Then I can drag this to the left, but then you see the feather starts from this point on. I don't want that. I want it to be at once. So you see, the more I drag it to the right, the bigger it becomes. Let's say 40. Okay, and now I bring back this color to something lighter. So that's what we can do. 0, 40. I copy this color because I want to do the same over here. 0, 40. Here's the color white. Here is this color. Then I go to radial, bottom right. So that's how you can play around with the background and give it a different design. Not completely white, but something like that.
So we played around with a few gradients. Now let's take it to the next level. We're going to create SVG forms and then play around with settings in Elementor Pro and create something cool. Let me show you how you can do that.
Another way to create a background is using Figma. Figma is free. I don't know if you have to sign up for it. I think so. but it's free. And what I've created over here, look at this. A simple shape with the pen tool. I created a few colors over here, 2 colors. And what I can do now, I can select this, export it as an SVG. Look at this, 860 bytes. So I drag it to the desktop. I already have one background. So what I can do now, let me make sure if we go to the website and to the backend, to Elementor, settings, advanced, that I enable unfiltered file uploads like SVGs and JSONs. So I turn that on, and now I can go over here. At the background, I have this over here. I can get rid of it. I click on it again. And I can also click on classic, image, upload files, select files. I go for the background, which is really light. When I was younger, I went to Photoshop, Command N, let's say this one. And if I want to have a gradient, I did it like this. I saved it as 9020 and I made the quality a bit lower, but then it was still 30 kilobytes. This is more than 30 times smaller. Select. Okay, there are some things we can do. First of all, I get rid of it over here and I need to add it to the overlay. So let's get rid of this color. I go to the overlay, classic, image, this one. Then I say no repeat, position, bottom right. Display size, I can change it. I can change the opacity. I want to make it fully visible. But then at CSS, I want to make it blurry. But not 10, but more like 30. So now you see a nice area like this. I can also make it fixed. So I can go to attachment, fixed. Now when I scroll down, it sticks with us. Command Z. I don't want it to be fixed default. So over here, this longer area, I can click on it again, go to background overlay, choose this one. Let's not blur it yet, so you can see where it will go. Repeat, no repeat, position, bottom right. It's quite big, so I can also make it smaller. Playing around with auto or cover or contain or custom. There I can make it smaller. Opacity, it can be fully visible. And then here again, I say 20. So not fixed, but default. Publish. There it is. And if I add it also over here, I go to the overlay, bottom right. Let's go to custom opacity, or this is 48. I can also go to the CSS filters, change the hue to a different color. All with an SVG file that is smaller than 1 kilobyte. Oh man, I love it. I love it. I love it. Super cool what you can do within Elementor. Right now we have a background gradient. You can also do other stuff with it. Let me show you. Edit with Elementor. So I can go to the hero, style. I can have a simple, so I can have a simple color. So if I get rid of this, I can go to the classic one and say have a color, simple color. Let me go to the overlay, get rid of this. So I can have a simple color as a background. Then I can have the gradient I already showed you. We can also have an image. So let's do something random. This one, for instance, I can make it cover. Okay, why not? Publish. Let's take a look. Now, this is our website. What else? I can have an overlay background. So I have this image already, but now I can have a color. And automatically it is displayed at 50%. So I can give it a bit more the style of our website. I can also have a gradient as a background. So color 1, color 2. And then make sure that that is looking like this, opaque or transparent. But I can also have another image. So let me get rid of this image. So I can have two images combining. So let me do that. I don't see it yet. Still at the overlay. Position default. There you see something. The width should be default or better cover. And here I need to fix some things because the CSS is doing a lot of stuff. So now I have two images on top of each other and one is fixed. So it's weird. You can play around with those settings. You can also work with blend modes. So they can be combined like that. You can bring the best out of each other. So now if I choose another image, for instance, this one, you get this. So you can play around with those things. And what you also can do, you can have a background video. So I like to go to YouTube, search for GoPro Hero. Let's see, I think 12 is the newest one. From GoPro itself, copy the link address. And in the background video, there's a fallback color. If I grab the video link, it will play. And I can also say play after 4 seconds because I don't want to show the logo. Well, I think the logo is until second 10 maybe. Okay, 20. So now I see this. But it's making it hard to watch when there are light images. So now I can have a background overlay. For instance, really simple. Black. And then I can decide what the opacity is. I see no difference because it's on blend mode color Dutch. So I could use the style of my website as an overlay. I can also have a gradient overlay. And then play around with the angle and stuff. So you can have a lot of different backgrounds. Keep in mind when you have a video in your background of your homepage, it can make your website slower. Both Tesla.com and Apple.com use it now and then. So, hey, you can also do it. And then there's the latest one. Let me get rid of the overlay. And that is a slideshow with these images. And then it looks like that. The duration can be changed, the transition, the length of the transition. There can be Ken Burns effect. Super cool. So yeah, I liked it. I really like it. So you see a nice animation. But then again, we have the thing with the white text. So in order to fix that, you know by now, you can go to the background overlay, choose a color, and change the opacity. Publish. So those are the things you can do when it comes to creating a background in your container.
I want to make use of one element and show you what is possible when you're going to style it. It's a world of a difference when you drag something in before I adjust everything. So let me show you the power of Elementor Pro and styling elements.
If I search for something on the internet, how to buy Bitcoin, it can be that you see a few of those questions. Those can be fetched from FAQs. So I can have an FAQ area on my homepage, and then the questions I put in there can be displayed on Google when they search for certain related topics. So let me go to the backend. I click on the plus, or I copy this area. Command I. Scroll all the way down. There it is. I click over here and I say frequently asked questions. Then I duplicate it, and over here I say FAQ. I make it a lot smaller, change the color to primary, so Google knows it's an FAQ area. 16 is fine. Advanced, margin, bottom, bring it up a bit. Bring it up 16 pixels. Okay, over here I can have some information about my FAQ. Okay, I don't need this or this. What I need is a break to go on vacation for a week all by myself. All by myself. Or what I need is clicking on the plus. Maybe you would say you need to go for an accordion. Sometimes I'm having a hard time with that. Command I, drag it here below. And what we said earlier in the tutorial is that we want to have nested elements. So with accordion, in that accordion item, this one, you can have something else. So I could have a question. Can I install WordPress on my computer? Click on the plus. And I can add something else. So I can have a video with the answer. So you can have in that way an advanced accordion. I want to do it different. Click on publish. I want to go to the backend. Go to Elementor, settings, features. And right now I want to turn off the nested elements. Inactive. Save the changes. Go back to the website. Edit the homepage. Scroll down. And then I want to search for the toggle. There you go. I drag it here below or up. And then like that. First of all, the width here at advanced. Let's change it to pixels 600. Okay, I want to show you the power of designing in Elementor. Right now it looks like this. I don't like it. What I can do first, I can click on it, go to the content and change the question. Do I need to have? Okay, so I have a question and I can get rid of this one and duplicate it a few times. Create a few other questions. So I made a few questions, publish. There you go. I want to change the look and feel. First over here, I can change the icons if I want to, but I'm okay with them. This is really important, FAQ schema. If you turn this on, then Google will know this is an FAQ schema and it can be displayed in the Google search results when your website is ranking high. I go to the style and there's so much we can do. I want to change the look and feel totally from this to something like what I'm about to show you. So the border width. Do I want to have a border in between the questions? No. So I don't need to have a border color. I do want to have spacing in between. So let's say 30. Then I want to go to the title, this area over here. The background, I want it to be white. And now you see the space in between. Great. The color of the question, I want it to be the secondary color. When people hover over it or it's active, then it can be orange. So everything that's opened will become orange. I'm okay with the typography and the padding, let's say 20. So I can make it a bit bigger. If I would go to the background, just for the sake of the tutorial, so I can show you this, what is happening over here. Let's do the dark color. Yeah, now I can show you how I want to adjust all this. So I go back over here to the style. I was at the title. That's okay with me, the title. I go to the icon, which is this area. I want to have the icon at the end. That is better in my opinion. And the color of the icon is also secondary, but the active color is also orange. Do I want to have spacing? No. Then I go to the content, and the background of the content, I want it to be white. Like that. And also the padding here, I want it to be 20. So that looks okay, except for the background, of course. So right now it looks like this. It looks nice, but what I prefer is to have the edges like here and here and here and here. In order to do that, I'm going to use a little bit of CSS. So I do a right mouse click. I use Google Chrome, inspect. Okay, let's see. I don't need this. So what I see over here. Okay, here's the color. What if, let's see, if I can say border radius 20 pixels. Okay, I know this is not the right place then. Let me copy this. Uncheck it. Okay, let's click on the white area. Right mouse click, inspect. Okay, let's try it here. Border radius 20 pixels. Yes, that's what I want. Awesome. So what I can do, I can grab this whole area, copy it. Now I go back over here to the site settings, to custom CSS, and I paste all this stuff over here with the border radius. All the other things I get rid of. And I think it's the Elementor tab title. So I try to get rid of this. And since the border is still there, this is everything I need. Save the changes. The only thing I don't like is this area over here. So if I refresh the page, which will automatically happen, and it looks like that. So how can I fix that? Well, right mouse click on this area, inspect. And here you see one difference, Elementor tab content. So no title. So over here, I paste this, opening, no closing. And then I also want to have a border radius. But not everywhere. So what I will say, 20 pixels, 20 pixels, 20 pixels, and 20 pixels. And then again, the top, let's say 0. And the third one, I think 0. No, 20. Also not that one. The second one. So the top areas, they don't have a border radius. Now I want to say margin dash top. I can say 20 pixels. And now you see the space. So what I want to do is say minus 10. Because I want to get rid of this edge. I still can see it a little bit, so I can say minus 14. I still see it a little bit. So if I would say 15, 16, let's do 18. Now it is one whole thing with a nice border radius. Save the changes. Let's see if this will be fixed if I close this. It is. Okay, now I can get rid of that weird background, but it looks like that. Great. Okay, then I can fix the background. I go to style, get rid of that. Okay. I don't like it that the titles are different. So in order to fix that color, I just close this and I edit it with Elementor again. And now everything is in the normal color again. So there was a small glitch. So I really like it. And that's how you can style things using Elementor Pro and custom CSS. And this is great for the search results. So if you get a lot of questions, place them over here and then they can be placed in the search results. There's only one thing, I don't want to have that gap over here. So I go to style, toggle, and I say 20. And also here, maybe the background, not this color, but maybe something like that. Which makes the whole area look a bit better, in my opinion, a lot better. So I have this color, which is a lighter version of this one. And we have this cool thing, that SVG thing, which is less than a kilobyte. I really like it. I hope you do too. If you do so and you have not done so yet, please like this video. Now it's a matter of changing the content so people can get answers on questions they are searching for.
I want to add one more area to my website, to my homepage, and that is an opt-in area where people can leave their name and email address. And then I will show you how you can link it to your favorite email platform.
I want to give people the chance to sign up for my email list. So I'm going to create an area for that here below. So over here, the first thing I want to do, go to this last container, which I will call FAQ. Then I go to the advanced area. And at the bottom, I say 180. At the top, I say 60. And left and right, nothing. For other devices, I would like to say 45. And for the phone, I'll leave it at this. The only thing I need to do over here is style typography. 42. And then it should be the same over here. 42. Publish. So I have a big space, a lot of space. So I want to have an overlap just like here. And in order to create that, I'm going to go for a plus. I'm going to go for a flexbox with two areas, one left, one right. I go to the inner containers, uncheck the padding over here also. And then I want to make use and style of a dark background also here. Secondary. Okay, here I want to go to the border and have a border radius, but only left and at the bottom. So let's see where that happens. I don't see it, so I can say 100, and there I see it's happening. So I say 20, and then bottom 20. That's bottom right. So I guess over here. Yes. Then I go to this area, background, border, and then the other way around in the middle, 20, another middle 20. Like that. I go for a heading. Let's go over here and now I say 30. I click over here and I say receive 11 essential website tips. Change the color to white. And then at the right area, I want to go for a form, really simple form. I go to the container settings. Also say 30 everywhere. So I uncheck this, or I check it and then 30. I go to this container. And I say justify in the center, also vertically. Oh no, sorry, here it must be stretched. And then here, layout in the center. Also here, just in case. So if this text becomes bigger than this, and this area also stays in the center. Okay, real quick. The form name is opt-in newsletter. Name, email, no message. Input size, I like to have it large. Do I want to show the labels in the fields? Not here on top. I don't see them because they're dark, but I don't want to show them. Like that. Then there's the button. I want it to be at the left. Send, and then the button text. The button text is receive or submit. Now I want to go to the style, column gap. So the form, I close this and I want to go to the field, which is this white area. The text color, I want it to be white. And then the background, I want it to be transparent. The border color should also be white. It can be 2 pixels, and the border radius can be 20 pixels or even 50. How does it look on the website itself? Okay, when I type the text, it seems to be completely white. Okay, maybe that's better, that if it's not filled in yet. Okay. So far, so good. Well, maybe a bit more space in between. The fields. Receive 11 essential website tips. Name, email, receive. Or I said submit. Why is it changed? I don't know. Submit. Let's make sure that it's the right color. I think it is. Yes. When people hover over it, it can be light purple. Publish. Okay. Then I get rid of all the space around it by going to advanced. Uncheck the padding. And then I go to layout. Uncheck 0. And I go to the minus. So there's a nice overlap. $120. Receive those tips. Well, I think the text can be a bit less big. 42. Okay. Publish. Great. Ferdy. Info at Ferdy. Well, if you want to learn how to work with an email list, I have a tutorial which is amazing. You can find it or here, or you can search for ConvertKit tutorial Ferdy. I cannot understand it. It's not watched that much time. Really in-depth tutorial. Just 28,000 views. I put a lot of effort in this, and this is what making me a lot of money, having an email list, giving value through emails, and then sometimes I want to sell something and people buy it a lot. So how can I connect this? In this case, I use ConvertKit. In that case, I should go to the backend, Elementor, settings, integrations. Then I want to go to ConvertKit. I need an API key. Okay. Now I need to go to advanced. Copy my API key. Paste it here. Validate the API key. And now I can link my forms to any email list I have. So I go back to the website, edit with Elementor, scroll down, click over here. Awesome. Actions after submit. Collect the submission, so it will be stored on my website. People can receive an email. We can adjust that email over here. So I can also let ConvertKit do this, so I can close this. What I can do now, I can go to ConvertKit, add actions that will be performed after visitors. And then I go to ConvertKit. Now all the forms of my ConvertKit account will be fetched or retrieved, or however you want to call this. So I have to wait for a minute. I will publish it. So I chose the Ferdy.com newsletter form. So when people fill in their details over here and submit it, automatically ConvertKit will do the rest. And then I can give them automatically the 11 essential website tips. So that's an easy way to link ConvertKit or any other email program with Elementor and gain more subscribers on your email list. One more thing, how does it look on other devices? I think we need to adjust a few things for that. Over here, I would like to say 45 to make it a bit smaller. And then also here, let's see if it's not linked. Okay, it is. I can have it look like this. And on a smartphone, I would like to say 0, just a new normal area. Then this is weird. So I go to this container, to style, border, and then I need to say 0. And where do I have to? At the top. So let's say 20 over here. So there it goes. And then the other one, I guess, is left. 20. No. 20. No. Maybe the first one. 20. Yes. So here are the two left ones. Then here, style, border. The two right ones, 20 and 20. So we have the same borders on the right place. Publish. Awesome. I think this will be a part of the footer. We'll create a footer later, but right now I already created it. So later I will show you how to copy and paste things into another area of your website. So this is the website we've created so far, optimized for all devices. Let me refresh it. I think we're doing an amazing job. And of course, based on the information you want to display on your website or the website you are creating, you can change the content. But I think it looks professional, clean. So well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are moments in your life that are defining your future. And right now I came to a point in this tutorial where I have a moment like that, where I need to make a decision, and that decision has consequences. So I already have 10 hours of recordings for the Elementor Pro tutorial, and I know that not everybody wants to learn everything. So what I will do from now on, I will refer more to other tutorials that are about Elementor Pro for specific use cases. So if you want to create a header, I will create a separate tutorial for that. If you want to create a footer, I will create a separate tutorial for that. And I will do my best to show you exactly where you need to go in order to follow the right tutorial. So the first thing I want to show you right now is how you can create a custom header, and that header can do a lot of things. First of all, you can decide where you want to display the header, only on the home page or on every single page. Maybe you want to have a header, a normal header on every page except for the blog page. On the blog page, you want to have a different header. It's really easy to set it up in Elementor Pro. I can make sure that the header has a transparent background, and when you start scrolling, it appears. There's so many things you can do, and I will show you how you can learn how to do all that with Elementor Pro.
This is the header we are going to create. This is transparent with a submenu, simple submenu, a call to action, some information about how cool we are. And if I scroll down, a new area appears. You can see through it. It's a Glassmorphism, something like that. And how does it look on a mobile? Like this. Still a call to action. A menu over here. Submenu. So if you want to learn how to make that, then go to ferdy.com/Elementor tutorials. Since I'm in the middle of making my website, I want to refer you like this. Here's the tutorial you're watching right now. And then here are a lot of other tutorials. And one of them is create an advanced header using Elementor Pro. You can watch it over here by clicking here. And I wish you the best of luck with watching this tutorial.
You can also use Elementor Pro to create a pop-up menu. So when people go to your menu, they have to click on a button and then a menu pops up. Let me show you where you can learn how to do that.
In order to create this, we need to scroll down a bit further. Over here, create a pop-up header using Elementor Pro. Click over here and then you can watch that tutorial.
Recently, Apple came with a new update for their user interface and they're going back to the glass look. So you have a transparent background, but it's a little bit glassy. So let me show you how you can apply that to your header or to any other part in your website.
So with the Glassmorphism effect, you can create something like this, or this, or this. And if you scroll down on the Elementor Pro page, you see create a Glassmorphism look on your website. You can watch this tutorial.
Sometimes you do something within your website and you're like, I wish I did not do that. Well, there's two things how you can revert that, restore that. That's through revisions and through the history. Let me show you how you can work with that.
I've been looking at the website and I think, especially also since we have the header, which adds around 40 pixels, this should be visible earlier. So I think this should be smaller. So in order to do that, let me show you how edit with Elementor. We had a few special CSS codes over here, HTML code. So I have to be careful with what I'm doing. I want to stick with the 3 lines. What I can do, typography, decrease it a bit. (68) and decrease this to 105. Let's see how that will look. Okay. Almost. So let's see what I can do. Let's make it 60. And then this. (95). Maybe increase the letter spacing a bit. Better. Okay, there's no more overlap. So I decide to go back to the old version. So if I close this and I edit this with Elementor, how can I bring something back that's not there anymore? Well, over here, I can go to the history. If I've done a few things, so let's change a few things here. Now, if I go to history, there are actions over here. So I can go back to the editing when I started. So before I save or after I save, I can also go back to earlier actions. But when I really closed this page and open it again later in Elementor, then I can go to revisions. And then I can go to all the older revisions. So let's go to the one from a few minutes ago, 3 minutes. Yeah, that's what I want to have back. So I click over here, I scroll up and I click on apply, publish. And now it's back to the big one. One more thing, let's get rid of this animation. So this is how our website is looking. Beautiful header. It's optimized for all devices. So what is next?
We've already created a header for our website. Let me show you how you can create a footer for your website.
We will create this footer over here. We'll add this to it, an opt-in area. People can fill in the details. Then they get 11 essential website tips and I can grow my email list. Then my logo, text about my website, and then a few links and social media icons, a nice line. The year, people don't know which year it is, they can go to my website. And then this area, we're going to talk about that a little bit. If you want to watch that tutorial, then go to ferdy.com/Elementor tutorials, hit enter. This is the tutorial you're watching right now. We scroll down and there is create an advanced header and pop-up and then create a footer using Elementor. You can watch this tutorial by clicking here and I wish you the best of luck with that.
Now I want to show you how you can create a mega menu in your website. Keep in mind that a mega menu is only available for a desktop version, not for a tablet or for a smartphone. So let me show you how you can create something for your desktop.
This is how the mega menu looks. And in order to learn how to do that, go to the same Elementor Pro page at ferdy.com. And over here you see create a mega menu using Elementor Pro. Click over here and then you can watch that tutorial.
One of the superpowers of Elementor Pro is creating templates. So if you have a portfolio or you have blog posts, you can create a template once and then all the blog posts, all the portfolio items will be shown in the style of that template. So you don't have to create every single portfolio item manually again. You just create a portfolio template and then everything will appear exactly as you want it to appear. So let me show you how you can create a template like that.
If I go to the blog page, I see a nice overview with the latest blog post like this. And I style this exactly how I want it using the loop builder. And if I go to a blog post, I go to a single post. This is what I have created using Elementor Pro templates. So I decided that this image will look like this with the curves, that this will be on top below the title. I have all the freedom to create it as I want. So for instance, all the H2 headings are looking like this, purple in this size. And if I scroll down, I see that the background becomes a bit more purple. And then people can leave a comment. I can go to the next blog post, some information about me and some information about Ferdy.com tutorials. More blog posts. And this is sticking with us, and based on the content over here, Elementor will or will not be shown. And this element will or will not be shown. So we're going to work with dynamic content. So if you want to learn how to create that, then go to ferdy.com/Elementor tutorials. Hit enter. This is the tutorial you are watching right now. And if you scroll down, create the blog archive and single post template. It's a whole tutorial on itself. I don't want this tutorial to be 8 hours. So you can click here to watch that tutorial.
I want to take it to the next level. I want to talk about advanced custom fields and post types. Two post types are pages and posts. Those are automatically already in WordPress, but you can add other custom post types like tutorials or movies or team members. And then what you can do in all those post types, you can have advanced custom fields. So for instance, if we would take movies, you can have a lot of information about those movies. So you can create a field called duration, movie title, category, genre, which movie stars are playing in that movie. And then when you create that custom post type with all those custom fields, you can fill in all the information about those movies. And then with Elementor Pro, you can create a template that displays all that information in a beautiful way. So we're gonna combine a lot of different things, and that will show you the power of Elementor Pro and advanced custom fields. So let's talk about that right now.
If I go to the backend, by default, I see blog posts and pages. Those are custom post types called posts and pages. But using advanced custom fields, we can create new post types, for instance, tutorials or recommended, and we can create field groups. So normally when I go to a blog post, I create a new one. I can have a title, I can have some text, here's some SEO, and that's it. Of course, I can have my categories and text and stuff, but with custom fields, I can do more. So look at this, tutorials, all tutorials. If I go to how to make a WordPress website, Here's the content, but below that, I have more information about tutorials. The YouTube URL, the duration of the video, the reading time of the blog post, the timestamps, the tools that are related in this tutorial. So I have a how to make a WordPress website tutorial, and included in that is the Blocksy theme, Elementor and Canva. And this is from another post type. So let me show you how it looks. Here, automatically, the YouTube video is displayed. Below that, I see the title, how much hours this tutorial is, the amount of minutes, and the featured tools. So I use Canva, Elementor, and Blocksy. I decided that since this is about Elementor, making a website using Elementor, this advertisement should be displayed. When people click over here and they buy Elementor Pro, I receive a commission. So I decided that this template should look exactly like this. So now it's a matter of creating new content. So if I go to tutorials, add a new tutorial, I can fill in the title, the content, and then over here, the YouTube URL, the duration, the reading time. And these are custom fields. I can make those here at advanced custom fields. If I take a look at post types, I created recommended and tutorials, which you see over here. But if I go to field groups, I have tutorials, and there I created those extra fields. Using Elementor Pro, I can go to templates, theme builder. I can go to single post, for instance, and here I see single tutorial. If I click on edit, I decided that all the tutorial single pages, so all the single tutorials should be displayed like this. So there's also Hostinger, Elementor, but based on the content of the blog post, this will or will not be displayed. So we're going to learn a lot of stuff. If you want to follow that tutorial, then go to ferdy.com/Elementor tutorials. I have to do it like this because my website is in the making. It's not live yet. I scroll down. This is the current tutorial you're watching. And then over here it says create advanced websites using advanced custom fields. So you can click over here and then watch that tutorial. Good luck.
If you would go to ferdy.com/abcdefgabcdefg30412, then you'll get a 404 page. That means that the page I was looking for, it cannot be found because it doesn't exist. Well, I will show you right now how you can style that 404 page in a way that it looks decent and in the style of your website.
If I go to a random page, /, this is what I will see. That's not super cool. So what I can do, I can go to the backend, templates, theme builder, and then there's an error 404 page. If you go to a page that does not exist, you can create a 404 page. Click on add new. We can create one from scratch. I'm at the ending of the tutorial. My voice is gone. I woke up this morning at 5 and started editing. So yeah, I can make use of a template. A simple one like this. Insert. It is not what I was searching for. So you can also create something from scratch. Let me do that. I go to the hero, get rid of it. Then I click over here. I call this one Elementor error 404. And this page, I want it to be included on the 404 page only, but I want it to be a canvas. So here at the settings, preview settings, general settings, page layout should be canvas or just full width. Then over here, I create an area, arrow down. The style, of course, it's the one I already used a lot. So light purple, this one, lighter, radial, center, bottom right. Then I go to the layout and I say viewport height 100%. Then I click over here. I go for a heading. I make the text white and I say 404. Make it super big. 200. I want to duplicate it. And I say, this page could not be found. And that can be smaller, way smaller. How about 32? I go to the container, bring everything in the center, and then over here, I say H1. So it looks like that. And then I want to have a button that says, go to homepage, / publish. So now, if I go to a page that does not exist, I go to this page instead. What I do want to do, I want to bring this a bit closer. I can also make it a bit more playful. Are you lost? Publish. So that's how you create a 404 page. So when people go there, they can go back to the homepage and everything will be fine and they will be saved.
I said in the intro of this tutorial that you'll get everything for free. And that's what I want to show you right now. How can you get my complete Elementor Pro website for free? Let me show you. Go to ferdy.com /free Elementor website. 3 E's. Let's hit enter. And there goes my download. Now I go to my new website. I want to install my website over here. So I go to the backend. It's a brand new installation, so I can dismiss this, get rid of the post, trash, empty the trash. And I go to the pages, select them all, move to the trash, apply, trash, empty. Then I go to plugins, add new. My voice is gone because I've been talking too much into the microphone because I want to finish this tutorial. But I want to implement this in the tutorial because I promised. So I have to do it with this voice. Install all-in-one WP migration, activate it. Then refresh the page. All-in-one, import. File, and go to my downloads. There it is, Elementor Pro website. Open. There you go. Proceed. Finish. Now I need to go to settings, permalinks, and then I need to log in again. You need to use the username subscribe with a capital S and then the password. Change this ASAP 1, 2, 3. This one. Change this ASAP 1, 2, 3. I click on login. Okay, save this. Now you need to go to elementor.com and download the latest version of Elementor Pro and upload it on your website. And we have done that. I need to connect and activate. Right now, let's go to settings, permalinks, post name, save it. And another time, our website is working. As you see. But if I edit the homepage, there's still a few things I cannot change. I can change this, the flip box, but if I click on the plus and I search for the flip box, I cannot use it. Well, same thing with the theme builder. I cannot edit anything over here. But what I can do, I can connect and activate. Activate my license. And now I can edit everything and my website is fully functional. That's how easy it is. So what you need to do now, go to the backend, go to users, add a new user. So in my case, it can be Ferdy. Info at Ferdy. I can generate this password. I create an administrator, copy this password, add a new user. Okay. Then I want to log in, log out, and log in as Ferdy with the new password. Log in, save it. Then I go to users again. I delete the subscribe user, attribute all to Ferdy. And the same with this one. Everything to Ferdy. Okay. Now I can edit my website. And I can also add new pro elements. So that's how you can get this website for free. Then there's one more thing we need to do. We need to go to the backend over here. You need to go to settings in general. And you need to fill in your administration email address that you want to use for this website. So in my case, I would say ferdycorp@gmail.com. Then I save the changes. And then it'll say there's a pending change of the admin to ferdycorp@gmail. So I need to go to my Gmail account and then accept it. And then I'm the head administrator. So if this was you, you need to go to your email account, accept it, and then you will be the head administrator of this website. Make sure that all the other users are removed, so you are fully in charge. And then I wish you the best of luck with your website and your business. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for watching this video. I hope you'll learn a ton of stuff and you will be able to create an amazing website. You can go to ferdy.com and then search for Elementor Pro. And there on that page, I will show you all the tutorials I have about Elementor Pro because there's so much more we can cover. So there you have an overview of all the tutorials I have. I wish you the best of luck with making a website. I wish you the best of luck with everything else you do in life. God loves you. And I also am happy for you. Why? Because you watched this tutorial. I'm also happy for myself because you watched this tutorial, because the longer you watch my tutorials, the more exposure I get from Google. Google, thank you if you're listening to this. Thank you so much. And maybe by saying this, the algorithm will place me higher because I'm so positive about Google. Let's keep it with this. God bless you and bye-bye.